See if I can mute this one.
I can hear you, Chair Bain. This is Frank Collins. I can hear you.
Commissioners at distance, can you hear me okay? Thumbs up would be fine. Good. Excellent. So seeing a quorum and noting that the time is 4:08 with apologies for the late start and with a note that I think it was today in 1877 that Thomas Edison manufactured the first phonograph to be tested. So in honor of our people recording today's meeting, thank you very much. I'll call this meeting to order. Thank you for joining us for the regular meeting of the County of San Diego's Independent Redistricting Commission. Today's meeting will be conducted a little differently from our usual order of business in a couple of ways. First, as I'm sure you've noticed, we've begun implementing hybrid meetings, allowing for commissioners and members of the public to attend in person, virtually, or by phone. I want to thank our staff, contractors, and our host today here at the Mira Mesa Senior Center for providing us with such a great setup. I also want to thank members of the public for joining us today, either virtually or in person. I know COVID-19 questions are on everyone's mind. If you have any questions or concerns about the protocols for today's meeting or for future meetings, please feel free to contact us, starting with our staff. Second, I also want to note that today will be the first of 8 planned pre-mapping public hearings for the IRC to gather public input on communities of interest and other important factors that we will be considering and how county supervisorial district lines should be drawn. We will conduct our business as usual until approximately 5:15 p.m. We will then take a short break and move on into the pre-mapping public hearing, which we will start promptly at 5:30. Once that public hearing is finished, we'll continue on with the regular business of the IRC. I'll now ask the IRC clerk, David Hall, to provide additional information about today's meeting. David.
Thank you, Chair Bain. At this time, I'd like to invite any members of the public who wish to speak during today's meeting to please review the instructions posted on the redistricting website at sandiegocounty.gov/redistricting. There are staff also available at the back of the chamber to assist you or answer your questions. We ask that individuals who wish to speak to the commission complete a form in advance for planning purposes. Individuals participating virtually or by phone are asked to submit an online request, and all individuals wishing to speak in person can complete a physical speaker slip. Staff has speaker slips available. All timely requests to speak from the public made at today's meeting, either in person, by phone, or virtually, will be honored regardless of whether you have submitted an advanced request. Agendas, minutes, and supporting materials for the Commission's meetings are posted on the redistricting website, including instructions to request translation. Meeting agendas are translated into Spanish, Vietnamese, Chinese, Filipino, Arabic, Japanese, Korean, and Laotian as required by law. Chair Bain.
Thank you very much, David. The next item on the agenda is the roll call. David, could you please call the roll?
Thank you. Before I call the roll, I'd like to note for the record that 4 commissioners are participating remotely and that all votes of the commission will be handled by a roll call vote. I'd ask the commissioners to say here or present when called upon. Chair Bain.
Here.
Vice Chair Katarina.
Here.
Vice Chair Katarina.
Here.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Vice Chair Garcia.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown.
Here.
Commissioner Chen.
Here.
Commissioner Diaz.
Here.
Commissioner Dostal. Commissioner Hanson.
Here.
Commissioner Inman.
Here.
Commissioner Krugliak.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Larson.
Here.
Commissioner Pons.
Here.
Commissioner Russ.
Here.
Commissioner Serban.
Here.
Thank you, Chair Bain.
Thank you, David. Thank you, commissioners. And I want to assure the commissioners who are attending virtually that your voices are heard loud and clear here. So thanks again to the staff for making this happen so smoothly and so effectively. The next item is non-agenda public communication speakers. This is an opportunity for the public to address the commission on subject matters within the commission's jurisdiction, but not an item on today's agenda. The only action the commission may take is a referral to staff. As a reminder for commissioners, this means the IRC cannot vote to approve any items raised by the public under this portion of the meeting. because it's not on our agenda. However, commissioners can ask staff to follow up on any questions and can request to add items for formal consideration at a future meeting. With that, David, do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on non-agenda matters today?
Thank you, Chair Boehm. We did not receive any advance requests to speak, but if anybody would like to address the commission on this item, we would welcome your comments. Those present who wish to address the commission, please line up behind the microphone. And for those participating through Zoom or calling in, please raise a virtual hand by clicking the raise hand button on Zoom or press *9 if you're dialing in by phone. I'd also like to note, Chair Boehm, that we have received 19 e-comments that were distributed to the commission and posted online, and that the log of correspondence received, including comments that have been submitted through the Community Builder tool, has been updated and provided to the commissioners and posted on the IRC website. 18 of those e-comments relate to the pre-mapping public hearing, and I'll mention that again when we get to it. Correspondence received is posted on the website with today's meeting materials, and the commission's log of ex parte communications has been updated on the IRC website. And not seeing any requests either in person or remotely to address the commission on this item, that concludes public comment.
Thank you very much, David, and thank you for those members of the public who've submitted e-comments. I can assure you they're being read with interest, both for the meeting and for the public hearing. The next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from the July 29th, 2021 regular meeting. David, are there any requests from the public to speak on this item?
We did not receive any requests in advance of today's meeting, but again, if anybody would like to address the commission on this item, we would welcome your comments. Again, those present who wish to address the commission, please line up behind the microphone. And for those participating through Zoom or calling in, please raise a virtual hand. Not seeing any requests to speak either in person or remotely. That concludes public comment on this item. Chair Boehm.
Thank you very much, David. Are there any clarifying questions or comments from commissioners regarding the minutes? Seeing none, and as this is an action item that requires a motion before any discussion, is there a motion for approval of the minutes from the July 29th, 2021 meeting?
So moved. I second that.
Commissioner Inman moved, seconded by Commissioner Russ. Thank you very much. Any discussion? Very good. David, could you please call the roll?
Thank you. And I would like to note that the commissioners' names will continue to be called at random during votes. Begin with Commissioner Serbin.
I'll abstain since I was absent from that meeting.
Commissioner Serbin abstains. Commissioner Katerina.
Yes, aye. Can you hear me okay?
One more time, Commissioner Katerina.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Inman.
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia.
Aye.
Commissioner Krugliak.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Commissioner Dostal. Commissioner Diaz.
Aye.
Chair Boehm.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson.
Aye.
Commissioner Russ.
Aye.
Commissioner Pons.
Aye.
Thank you. With Commissioner Serbin abstaining, all other commissioners who are present voting aye, that motion passes.
Thank you, David. All right, the next item on the agenda is the pre-mapping public hearing, which is a time certain item that must begin at 5:30. So just to be clear about it, seeing as it is not yet 5:30, we'll go ahead and table this item to 5:30 p.m. and move on to the next agenda item with the understanding that we will suspend discussion of our regular business at 5:15, just in about an hour. So moving on, the next item on the agenda is the public outreach and engagement update and discussion and possible approval of the public outreach plan, including revised schedule of pre-mapping public hearings developed by Asian Business Association San Diego, the IRC's public outreach and engagement services contractor. I know we're all eager to hear more about ABASD's updated plan on key efforts to reach out and engage the community in the dialogue that will be fundamental to the IRC's decision-making. Before I turn to ABASD, let me first turn to Co-Vice Chair Katerina, who's serving as the IRC's single point of contact for ABASD, for any opening comments, and then let her call on the ABASD team for more details. Co-Vice Chair Katerina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Boehm. Can you hear me okay? Good. Thank you so much, everyone, for attending our first in-person IRC meeting and our upcoming public hearing. I'm very excited to tell you how wonderful our contractor has been through this very rushed process. I am astounded by the amount of work that they were able to get done, and a lot of late nights for everyone. And this goes also to staff and our legal team, because we all have been extremely busy and focused on making this happen. We, again, in this 2-week period since our last meeting, were very busy. We had 8 meetings, a minimum of 8 meetings, and we covered topics from most recently doing a dry run to make sure that the hearing and the IRC meeting go off smoothly, to preparing the presentation, drafting the script, working on the press release, doing the media advisory, communicating with the media, and working on the flyers. So it has been a tremendous amount of work done in a very short amount of time, and it was a team effort all around. So I thank everyone who participated, and I appreciate, unfortunately, I can't be there in person myself today, but I appreciate that there are members of the public who are attending and for our meeting, and hopefully for the public hearing as well. I would like to turn it over now to ABASD's CEO and President, Jason. And I believe he will be giving us an update on their progress, and we'll move through the agenda item. Thank you, David.
Thank you so much, Co-Vice Chair Katarina. So I have here a memo for those that are not able to see this on screen. I'll go over each of the items as pertains to some of our updates. And most of these are the majority of these are from the last meeting, and we've made these amendments in this memo just to make sure we're accounting for everything. So the first item is that we'd be updating the monthly reporting section to reflect the metrics after each meeting and adjust outreach schedules and tactics whenever needed. We'll be able to provide regular updates at each IRC meeting. I believe that was through Commissioner Pond's recommendation or suggestion. The second item would be to update the IRC meeting and public hearing schedule to reflect the changes at the 7/29 meeting. Some of those include the September 18th, 1 o'clock public hearing. We are currently exploring a venue which was discussed for a coastal area. We are currently looking at Carlsbad, whether it's through any of the city facilities or a private nonprofit facility. So we should have something there for you soon. And then the one that we moved was originally from the 18th, which was a county facility, the Spring Valley Community Center, since it's in District 2, which will be moved to September 25th. The next item is we created and inserted a slide that shows the public hearing locations plotted on the San Diego County map for reference purposes. We further updated the outreach timeline overlay to reflect the current date. The next item is we updated the slide entitled Additional Outreach, Ethnic Media, and Other Media Targets to include outreach commitment to the Latinx community, tribal governments, and religious institutions, as noted by the commissioners. The next one was changing our email signature as recommended to outreach consultant instead of outreach representative, and making sure that the verbiage is consistent across all of our communication platforms. Following that will be references to the IRC to reflect the County of San Diego Independent Redistricting Commission versus the San Diego County Independent Redistricting Commission. The emphasis will always be on the county redistricting as opposed to city, state, etc., to avoid confusion. We'll make sure those are consistent as well. The following item is updated sample collateral materials to reflect improvements and approvals made since the 7/29 IRC meeting. And lastly, added the following to tactics for public hearings and webinars. Quote, ABASD will assist with the development of methods to organize and coordinate improved public participation in pre-mapping public hearings, and work with the IRC staff to research and develop a process to allow for advanced scheduling of voluntary appointments for individuals and groups wishing to address the IRC during public hearings as feasible. That's all I have. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jason. Thank you, Co-Vice Chair Katarina, and thanks to the entire ABASD team. And I mean that sincerely. both for the presentation and all your thoughtful efforts to refine these recommendations, to be responsive to commissioner questions and concerns, and follow up on all the discussions from our last meeting. Jason, I'll ask you to stay at the podium for a minute as we approach questions. And before I open it up to requests from the public to speak and clarifying questions, I would just ask if we could pull up the public meeting schedule slide. Maybe the one with the map might be the most useful one. And just have that while we're doing some clarifying questions, because I want to make sure commissioners understand that. It's the one, where are the public meetings? I'm afraid I don't have a number. But with that in mind, as we work through to get that up, and again, before we move to any clarifying questions from commissioners, let me ask David if there are any requests from the public to speak on this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Bain. We did not receive any advanced requests to speak, but if anybody would like to address the commission on this item, we would welcome your comments. Again, those present who wish to address the commission, please line up behind the microphone. And for those participating remotely, please raise a virtual hand.
Chair, this is for, I believe you were requesting page 11 of the outreach plan. Correct me if I'm wrong.
And Chair Bain, not seeing any requests to speak. That concludes public comment on this item.
Very good, thank you. Commissioners, you have a copy of both the memo that Jason just provided highlights of, as well as the slides from the previous presentation that have been updated. Are there any clarifying questions? Sonia? Commissioner Diaz?
Sure. Thank you so much for these revisions. Very helpful. As I was looking at the map, you mentioned that the proposed location for the 25th is in the Carlsbad area, or you were looking into the some coastal.
I believe the 18th
Oh, the 18th
will be Carlsbad, and the 25th we move for Spring Valley.
for Spring Valley. Yeah, right. Okay, sorry. Would there be any potential additional meetings that would need to be added? I know that we had also talked about, well, I think I had mentioned in the previous meeting, if, going further east, but southeast of the county, as you get towards Otay Ranch and east, were there any other venues that were looked at for that area?
Sure. My short answer is we'd be happy to, at the will of the commission, if you so seem worthy, for us to do an additional location. I know that it will just come down to timing and making sure we secure some locations. So at the directive of the commission, we would certainly explore those options.
Yeah, and even just other eastern parts of the county. I know that El Cajon is covered. We have a meeting location there, which is great. I'm just concerned about sort of as you go further east out in the county, if there's any access or in person, whether or virtual.
Good, thank you for that. Other clerk, please, Commissioner Larson.
Yes, looking at the possible sites for our public hearings, I note that there are really none in the coastal area. And this is from Carlsbad down through Point Loma, or even further south. I would suggest that we've received many comments so far concerning the lack of unity of the coastal area right now. And possibly we could have coastal speakers meet at a meeting that is a little closer to the coast than we are right now. So I would be happy to work with you to find a place in, say, the Point Loma area or somewhere like that, a facility just like this that might be useful for the one site you haven't identified yet. So
Thank you, Commissioner
I'm willing
Larson.
to work with you on that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for that. I've got Co-Vice Chair Garcia, then I think Co-Vice Chair Katerina, if that's, unless she wanted to respond to something just now in kind of an SPOC hat.
I did, if you don't mind, Rosette.
Go right ahead.
I just wanted to address the question from Commissioner Larson. So we did hear the commission's direction to have a Saturday meeting and a meeting on the coast. However, we also have to balance which districts the meetings are in, and we needed to make sure that we didn't overload any one district with too many meetings, so it would be a little off balanced. And so that is why the meetings are set up the way they are. However, we are planning on a coastal meeting. Again, it looks like it will be in Carlsbad. And we were planning it to be our coastal, even though it's North County coastal versus South County or Central County. And to address Commissioner Diaz's questions about East County. So we really looked at larger population centers to have the biggest turnout that we could achieve. However, we have planned and are planning some kind of virtual event to reach the more rural communities in East County. And we're working on that as well. But just so we're clear, our plan is to, excuse me, our plan is that these are our locations, except for the one location that is TBD. These are the locations that we are planning on using for the initial hearings. But again, we can add more, but we are required to have 7 public hearings, pre-mapping public hearings, 2 general meetings, and then 1 in each of the districts. So those are really the constraints that we initially have to work with. But again, for the plan that we're looking at today in our motion, it is intended to be these 7 meetings plus the 8th meeting TBD.
If I may follow up to Co-Vice Chair Katerina regarding the districts, us entertaining the 18th up in Carlsbad, both satisfied coastal and also District 5, and kept it far enough away from Vista to make sure we weren't, let's say, Oceanside, for example. So that was our rationale behind Carlsbad for that location. Thank you.
Good. So
Quick question, you may have already addressed this, but if we move the 18th of August to Carlsbad, so it's now District 5, when does District 1 have a session?
Oh, I see. Benita Sunnyside Library. That'd be
there's August 18th at the Benita Sunnyside Library and September 18th.
Oh, sorry, September
Would be-
and August,
Yeah, would be the Carlsbad
2
meeting.
separate months.
Oh, September 18th is
Yeah.
Carlsbad?
Oh, that's
I'm
the
sorry.
one.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. I heard the 18th, and I guess I.
Right.
My bad.
So this
coming
is
soon.
behind you.
I'm gonna blame Stephanie because she's got the pen.
Duly noted for the minutes. All right. And I appreciate commissioners' patience as I continue to bounce between the screen and watching commissioners in the room. So right now I have Co-Vice Chair Garcia and then Commissioner Servant. Co-Vice Chair
Yes.
Garcia.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for that presentation. I actually had intended to comment on the coastal meeting and suggest that we try and find a location in North County, because when I looked at this slide with the maps, it looked like it just looked like North County didn't have, or north of 52 or even 56, that there were that many public hearings. So I'm glad to hear that coastal meeting will take place in, or might likely take place in Carlsbad. And I also wanted to echo Sonia's comments. And I had this concern at the last meeting, I didn't voice them, about the absence of a meeting in, more rural San Diego County or, East County. And I recognize the fact that there aren't, that the population density, one could argue that because of that, it's not, it doesn't really merit its own meeting. But if we do a virtual meeting, I would really like to see us do special outreach in particular to those rural and rural areas that where we really do, as much as we can to get the word out that the meeting maybe in some ways could be devoted to those areas.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia, duly noted. I can say that we love to specialize in hard to reach communities. So we would certainly do our best to make sure that that is accounted for. Thank you.
Great.
And I'll
thank you.
just note, before turning to Commissioner Servin, while the public hearings are critically important and part of our mandate, it does not mean we can't have other meetings, especially outreach meetings. And maybe one way to approach it would be, especially because the rural areas, the virtual meeting may be a little harder to line up, depending on connectivity and all that. But I suggest, and maybe we'll just find a way to include this in the motion, to ask both the contractor and Co-Vice Chair Katerina in her SPOC hat to see what the options might be to do that, both in the pre-mapping period and frankly, where I'd be a little concerned to make sure we are engaging those folks in the mapping phase, where it's really going to become critical to have some of that input, because I don't know if we'll get another way. But if we can look into something, whether it's a virtual public hearing or some other format, just to reach out to them and establish some contact, I associate
Well,
myself with that.
Yeah, and I
Commissioner
would,
Servin, thanks for your patience.
oh, sorry.
Sorry, who was speaking?
Oh, Amy.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, we're on it. And we hear the concerns and we see the importance of reaching this community, and we are looking into some creative and unusual approaches to solving this problem. And perhaps with some community partners, we can come up with some excellent plans that will allow us to get the word out and also allow the people who need to receive it to actually receive it. So sorry for interrupting, Commissioner Servin.
Not a problem, and thank you for recognizing me, Chair Bain. I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but when we had initially spoken to ABASD about the outreach plan, one of my primary concerns was our outreach to the East County and how effective it can be. And I'm looking at this map, I don't see any meetings that are being held east of the 67, so the State Route 67, and that. I understand the objective of placing these meetings in high population density areas. I just the symbolic, like I'm just looking at this map. If I were living in like the far East County, I wouldn't feel good about how it doesn't seem like we're recognizing the importance or significance of any communities to the east of essentially State Route 67. I understand the challenges of locating appropriate venues, and I like what I hear from Chair Boehm as to perhaps conducting a informal sort of outreach type meeting where we're not doing actual hearing, an actual official hearing. But it doesn't sit well with me that when I look at this map, I don't see a lot in the east, and that troubles me.
The Commissioner Servin, we completely understand and look at the map. I know that the issues that we initially initiated our research on where we would host these meetings were based on not just population density, as Co-Vice Chair Katerina mentioned, but also accessibility for those that would be able to travel to those venues. It's not to say that we wouldn't entertain that, of course, of the will of the commission. We would love to go out to Julian for some apple pies or certain parts of Alpine to hang out. So certainly, if it's something that's feasible and could be worked by the commission, we would certainly look into that to make sure that other populations are addressed.
And I'm sorry, I think I understand. I guess the population density thing that we're and also I know that there's accessibility and stuff. I want to recognize that the rural communities and the less dense areas of the county are just as important and are just as worthy of our presence, and as well as we want to hear from them as much as anyone else. So that's the message I want to convey, and what and the message that I want people in those communities to hear.
Very thoughtful and appreciate your comment, Commissioner Sherman.
And again, thank you all for that. I will recall that several commissioners, including several who've spoken today, have been raising this issue not just weeks ago, months ago. And I don't think any map of where the public hearings are is meant to show any disinterest or disservice. I know all the commissioners feel equally strongly about making sure we're conducting our mission with due regard to the entire population of the county, wherever they may live, whatever community they may be in. I do appreciate Co-Vice Chair Katarina's comment that to find some creative ways to do it. She was one of the first, I think, to mention rural communities and unincorporated areas as one key challenge for us. And Jason, I appreciate your comments to find a way to reach out to those kind of hard to reach communities. So I feel confident we'll move forward on that and find a way to do it. But I do appreciate all the inputs from the commissioners on that.
Oh,
Any
I'm
other
sorry, could I
clarifying
one-
questions, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry, one more. So I saw that under community planning groups, you had listed other local municipal planning groups. And I'm wondering, does that include the city of San Diego's planning groups, like the individual ones? There's like, I don't know, 30 or 40 of them. I think maybe a more efficient way to do it might be just going to the CPC if that's something that is potential or possible.
Correct. Commissioner, I believe we initially had in our opening presentations, quite a few of the city commissions, for example, Mayor Mesa Planning Group or town councils. And then for the purposes of our plan, we highlighted the county unincorporated and the other sponsoring planning groups for this. So it doesn't reflect all of them, but certainly I think based on a lot of our experience, much of it has been in the city. So we'd be happy to make sure we overlay that into our outreach plans to make sure they're not missed. Does that address your question?
Yeah, I guess maybe the suggestion is if you wanted to have like a more efficient way to get at the city of San Diego's planning groups, you might just go to their CPC meeting. I think that's community planning group chair. It's the chairs of all the planning groups, and they have a meeting where if you get all the chairs, then they can disseminate to their individual groups. Get it?
Great.
Yeah.
That's noted. Thank you.
Okay. Any other clarifying questions? Very good. So as this is an action item that requires a motion before we really get into any discussion about the plan itself, let me ask if there's a motion for approval of the public outreach plan, including the final schedule of pre-mapping public hearings as developed by ABASD, as included with the agenda materials, and with the comments and questions and recommendations that were just made incorporated into it as adjustments. Do I have a motion to that effect? Commissioner Hanson, thank you. Second,
Second.
Commissioner Brown, thank you. Any further discussion? And I know we got into a bit of a discussion before, but we'll entertain more. Commissioner Inman, please.
Yes, thank you. So on the discussion, we've been talking about getting into the East County, so we clearly address that. Now, one of the things in the plan is it does go into detail on the criteria that were used to select them. And so if you read that criteria, I think that does bias the selection towards populated areas, obviously. And so if there would be a way to potentially change that in the plan to say we also need to go into less populated areas, because that criteria biases where you put the locations. The other thing about the selection criteria that I'm concerned about is there's a bullet in there that talks about selection of locations near existing boundaries. And that also, I think, sets up a false expectation in people that read that, because you don't need to live near a boundary to potentially end up in a completely different district.
Correct.
We don't want to have people think that, oh, I don't need to go because I'm out here in the middle of East County and they're not going to do anything for me, because that simply is not true. We're supposed to redraw the boundaries, not simply marginally move them from where they exist today. And so I think that that's an important thing that this document needs to reflect. And I don't think it really does that in those bullets as they exist on there. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. And then the other thing that I thought is the logo didn't change. It still says San Diego County in the big logo, like on page 9. the big logos. They didn't change the big logos. The little ones got changed, but not the big one in the agenda materials that I have. And so I know you need to change that to County of San Diego in the big logo.
We will certainly make that change, and we're certainly amendable to those amendments in terms of the population densities and those criteria. So we'll reflect those in the points to make sure that we're taking more into account as opposed to just those.
And then I
population
have one
centers.
other question, if I could. So there's a list of a lot of public events. Now, what was unclear to me is, are we actually present at those events? Is there a presence on that listing of events? Like, I was down at Liberty Station this weekend for the art walk, and I didn't see anything. So maybe I was looking at the art and not looking for other things, but I know that was one of the listed public events. So are we actually present at all those?
Yes. Lauren from our team could probably speak to that. I know we had some volunteers out there. We printed out those materials upon approval from council very, very quickly. And I believe we had some folks out there distributing the paper. So, and I believe I took a quick gander out there on, it was Sunday, correct? As well for Art Walk?
Saturday and Sunday.
Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah.
And I believe, and the other event that was listed, City Fest, was canceled and postponed to the following. It just says postponed, so we ended up not going to that event as listed there. But I do believe we had a few from our team, because I do remember all of our discussions in the chat. I don't go to every single event, but I try to do my best. But I do know we had some team members there.
Okay, thank you.
Co-Vice Chair Katarina.
Thank you, Chair Bain. I just wanted to just give everyone a little frame of reference. You know, ASAB's job is to help us reach the largest number of people. And that is what these hearings are for. Now, having said that, of course, we want to reach as many people in the county as possible, but their task was very specific. And their plan is developed to achieve the goals that were set in that task. We didn't ask them to cover the entire county and make sure that every person attends, because it's not possible. So in order to get the most to attend, you have to identify areas that are already going to be interested. So for example, people who do live in the boundaries tend to have had recent experience with line drawing changes and might be interested in participating and giving feedback. It doesn't mean that other people aren't interested or their input won't be valued. It just means that those people are in areas where there's likely to be more interest. And again, thinking of the goal of getting the highest number of people involved in our process, that would help us achieve that. But again, we do plan to do additional outreach into the other areas. And, you know, as far as the plan itself is concerned, I mean, we certainly can make amendments to it. But the logos, for example, are drafts. They weren't updated to reflect the final logo. If the commission wants to direct it as part of the motion to do that, we can do that. But as it stands, the logos have all been updated that are in use. And the logos that are in the plan are the draft logos that we looked at last week. So keep in mind, this plan is the framework for which we use going forward and helps direct the process, but it is not the definitive answer to every issue that comes up, because if we do that, we might never finish. And we're already into our first meeting in a few minutes. So I would just encourage everyone to consider those points, and certainly if we need to make an amendment to the motion to update the plan to reflect these changes, we can do that. But we don't necessarily have to.
Vice Chair Garcia.
Yeah, and thanks, Amy, for that. And I know that this plan can't sort of respond to every little detail that we might need to be considering. But with regards to what Ken was saying about closer in proximity to existing district borders, I agree with him that I think it's appropriate to amend that language, because after that, the clause after that says increasing the probability of being affected by redrawn boundaries. And the point he's making is that everybody in the county really might be affected by these new boundaries, not just those people and who live close to existing boundaries. And so I think removing that language that might be misleading, I think is an appropriate revision to make.
Noted, thank you.
Sorry, Rosette, exactly where's that language? I want to make sure I'm looking at the right place.
Yeah, I'm looking at the slide. It says IRC meetings and public hearings, venue selection. And it's on the second page of that, the slides that have that title. I don't have a slide number.
The ones that are closer in proximity to existing district borders.
There you go.
Yeah,
Increasing
okay.
the probability of being affected by redrawn boundaries.
Right. So do we need a change in the plan? Is that what you're offering, and
No,
delete that wording? Or?
Well, I'm
Go
not
ahead.
sure I don't think that's necessarily a change in I mean, it's as, maybe Ken wants to speak again, but I think it's just having a plan that isn't misleading, or that just doesn't have that doesn't reflect some bias about how we're conducting these public hearings.
I mean, I understand that this is a draft document. I can live with that, but this is also a public document.
Right.
People, we have to expect people to read this. That's why we produced it, right? For people to read. And so that's why I'm concerned about the language in the document. And also I'm concerned about getting our logo right. I mean, for crying out loud, it's the main page with really big print logo. Why can't we get the right logo there? This is a public document. I think it should be correct, at least in those regards.
Yeah.
So,
And in that sense, we are approving it today.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's a fair point.
Thank you.
And Jason, I appreciate the corrections that have been made, but I think it's a fair point on the logo too, to see the updated one as part of the plan. If it didn't make it into this slide package, I think we can still approve it with the understanding that that updated logo will be part of the final plan. That's just an update question, correct? Yeah. Lauren's giving a thumbs up, so we'll take that at face value. I do want to offer to address that maybe on page 9. And I'm looking to Amy to validate this first and foremost. Would it be appropriate to just add a bullet? Something like under additional consideration was given to the areas in each district that, and add a new bullet, include hard to reach communities and options for engaging them? Would that help address the concern and add some balance to the population centric
I
question?
mean, hard to reach the less populated.
Or less
and
hard to reach
populated.
commulated, less populated?
Yeah.
Commissioner's reaction to that, Amy in particular, is that in keeping with what's been going on?
Yeah, I think that would certainly be a way to resolve that concern. And then perhaps on the first bullet, we can just strike the increasing the probability of being affected by redrawn borders. And that would resolve the second issue.
Okay. So the amendment would be in the plan. We can include this as part of the motion. We don't have to change the motion per se. The first point would read, are closer in proximity to existing district borders, and delete everything from increasing on. And then add a new fourth bullet that would be something like continue all appropriate efforts to engage hard to reach communities and
Hard to reach and
less populated communities. Good.
And instead of
Yeah.
continue, it would start with support.
Okay. Support appropriate efforts. Good. So support appropriate efforts to engage hard to reach and less populated communities. Good. Co-Vice Chair Garcia, since you weighed on that too, does that sound reasonable? Good. All right. So that will be part of the approval, Commissioner Diaz? Okay. With that, further discussion on the plan in general? Commissioner Serban?
So we're on the first bullet, we're striking the portion after the comma, but keeping the portion before.
Correct.
Okay.
So it'll read are closer in proximity to existing district borders.
Oh, so why are we striking the part after the comma?
Commissioner Inman?
I mean, it's not true. It's
Right.
not a true statement,
Right.
is in my mind, essentially.
So does the-
relative to any other area being, moved.
Agreed.
And
So
it's not a
if-
true statement.
Yeah, so I agree with that. And if that, the part after the comma isn't true, does the part before the comma still stand then?
Well, since it's an historical statement, we actually did use that to pick it. So I don't think we can go back and rewrite history at that point. I think we're just taking out the piece that we think is misleading in our intention.
All right. I think that probably exhausts discussion unless there are any closing points. So with that in mind, the motion again is to approve as amended the public outreach plan, including final schedule of pre-mapping public hearings as developed by ABSD and included with the agenda materials. That's the motion we're about to vote on. Very good. David, could you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair Bay. Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Krugliak. Commissioner
Aye.
Krugliak. Thank you. Commissioner Pons,
Aye.
Commissioner Serban.
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Katerina,
Aye.
Chair Bame,
Aye.
Commissioner Dostal, Commissioner Inman,
Aye.
Commissioner Russ,
Aye.
Commissioner Diaz, Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Larson.
Aye.
Chair Bame, that motion passes unanimously with all commissioners who are present voting aye.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, ABASD. I think we're in good shape with more work to do.
Chair, if I
Please.
may, just want to thank the commissioners for your input and giving us this opportunity. We understand this is a very big privilege to do this kind of work. Seeing it as it will, can dramatically change the district. So we hope you understand that for us, this is very meaningful work and we are very honored to have this opportunity. So thank you very much.
Very kind words, Jason. And I promise you, we will send even more work your way because you clearly welcome it. So thank you for that.
Thanks so much, Chair.
All right. Noting that we are approximately 20 minutes from the time I set for breaking, I think we'll at least start agenda item 7 and see how far we can go in it. There is a slight complexity to this item, but let's go ahead and start agenda item 7, which is a demographic services update and training on census data by Flow Analytics, our IRC demographer. And I can't stress enough how appropriate a topic that is today, the day that we've actually had release of real, no kidding data from the US Census Bureau. Today's agenda materials included an update from Flow Analytics on subcontracting a racially polarized voting analysis, or RPV, subcontractor, I should say, in support of the IRC's work. Staff also shared some materials for advanced reading as homework for commissioners prior to today's meeting. I hope you've all done your homework. These background materials are also posted on the IRC website, along with today's meeting agenda materials. I hope everyone again has had an opportunity to review those materials and is ready to raise questions. With that, I'll turn first to Commissioner Inman, the IRC single point of contact for Flow Analytics, for some opening remarks, and then some comments and a presentation led by John McKenzie, with the Flow Analytics team. Commissioner Inman.
Thank you. And as Chair Bame clearly stated, today's a great day in the world if you're a census geek. They did release census data, the PL 94 171 data today. And so of course, what did I do today is I downloaded the file for California from the FTP server, cranked it through my Python code. And I can tell you that the 2020 number for San Diego County is 3,289,634 for population.
I just lost the jelly bean contest on it.
So, and so if you wanted to know, LA County, I did them, they're 10,014,009 in round numbers.
And
So-
still the most populous county in the United States.
Yep.
And all the better that we are continuing to work with them where we can.
Ken, do you know what our 2010 numbers were in San Diego? Do you know what our 2010 numbers were?
Oh, yeah, 20. So the delta to 2010 is San Diego County gained 203,285 in terms of population. We were just a little over 3 million in 2010, and now we're just a little under 3.3. So it's, something like that in kind of round numbers. It's about it's 6.6% growth from 2010 to current year. Now you don't need to use Python code to access this data, and that's what's so cool about it. Is if you go to the census website, census.gov, you can do quick facts there. They don't have supervisorial boundaries, unfortunately, loaded, but you can get for all the incorporated cities of San Diego County, you can get 2010 and current numbers, the 2010 or the 2020 data there. You can get it for the county of San Diego. You can get it for any other jurisdiction anywhere in the United States if you want to. So it's a red letter day for census data geeks. It's all over the news. Social media posts about it. I heard it on NPR on the drive over. They were talking about all the changes. So that's very appropriate for today's session. Flo is going to start talking about census data. We've got a census training on it. Flo is on top of this. They'll have more to talk about this information and data. And we will have another series of presentations where we will start actually pulling in this data, using it, and providing various results. Now understand the data released today, just the other step, there's still the statewide database that has to do its process before we get the final file that we'll use for redistricting. But we have the raw data now today. So, and it actually is early. It was August 16th originally. They released it on the 12th. So thank you very much. So those are my comments.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. And I heard another report where the census report even beat out the latest news on Britney Spears. That's how significant this is these days. John, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Excellent, thank you.
I will begin with an update on the status of the racially polarized voting analysis. So in Flo's response to the county's RFP for demographic services, we stated under tasks 3 that at the request of the IRC, we would perform a racially polarized voting analysis. After discussions with the IRC, Commissioner Inman, the legal counsel and county staff, it was requested that we seek to subcontract that work out to an academic researcher that specializes in this area. So we have begun that process, and I will be updating you on the status of that process now. So we have engaged in discussions with 7 academic researchers that we identified as having the expertise to do this work. Of those 7, we heard from 4 who indicated that they had both the interest and availability to perform this work and meet the deadlines required. Of those that were contacted, and those 4, we are in the process of receiving proposals from them. Those 4 are Dr. Matt Barreto from the University of California at Los Angeles, Dr. Michael McDonald from the University of Florida, Dr. Brian Amos from Wichita State University, and Dr. Christian Groves of the University of Southern California. We do anticipate receiving these proposals soon. And once they are received, Flo will be evaluating those proposals and will make a selection, which will then be brought to the IRC. A memo has been circulated in the meeting materials that describes exactly what I just said here and lays that all out. And so that is our update on that status. We will have more for you in the coming weeks. With that, I can turn it over to my colleague, Alex Brash, to do Census 101. However, I do want to be cognizant of the time that may take and understanding that we do need to break fairly soon.
Good, thank you, John. Alex, I think we have some flexibility here. Can you do your presentation in 10 to 15 minutes?
That might be a little bit of a stretch. We had scheduled, I think, 20 minutes.
No, not a problem. If you can just plan to take a break somewhere in that, whatever's a natural break, sometime between 15 and 20 past the hour.
Sure. Feel free to please cut me off at that time and we will then continue. So with that, I'm going to share my screen. And I believe you all should be seeing it now. So yes, thanks. Good evening, commissioners. As Commissioner Inman mentioned earlier, really excited to talk about the census data today, especially because it's on the day that it was released after long waiting for it. So there's a lot we could discuss on this topic, but I've distilled it down to the essential information, and we're going to have time at the end for questions. So I'll ask that you hold them until I conclude. So the decennial census has been fulfilling the U.S. constitutional requirement to count the population once every 10 years since the first census in 1790. Census results have several high-profile applications, including the determination of the number of seats each state will have in the House of Representatives, which is often referred to as apportionment. Census data is also used to draw congressional, state, and other local voting districts, obviously. And lastly, it is used to allocate hundreds of billions of dollars in federal funding for things such as hospitals, fire departments, schools, and infrastructure. It asks a relatively small set of questions of people in homes and group living situations, including how many people live or stay in each home, as well as the sex, age, and race ethnicity of each person. One very important point is that the census is an enumeration, meaning it aims to count the entire population of the country, not only citizens or voting age population. I wanted to speak a bit about the many challenges that were witnessed in the 2020 census. So in any year, a census is an incredibly huge undertaking. Obviously, errors are going to be inevitable and they take time to correct. So that's always something the Census Bureau has to take into account. But COVID-19 really complicated data collection efforts and also influenced responses. I want to give a couple examples of that. So take, for example, the concept of usual residence, which is defined as the place where a person lives and sleeps most of the time. This place is not necessarily the same as a person's voting residence or legal residence. The concept of usual residence has a variety of applications. Some examples of those living arrangements include people experiencing homelessness, people with seasonal or second residences, people in group facilities, or college students. So COVID-19 not only stalled and staggered normal census operations, but it also complicated this concept of usual residence. For instance, college students are typically counted at their college address, even if they're staying with their parents or guardians home because of a break, vacation, or due to COVID-19 closures. So issues arose when respondents did not fully understand the concept of usual residence, and college students were potentially double counted at their college locations and at the location of their parent or guardian home. So this required a thorough quality control effort by the Census Bureau, adding to the delay. There are also revised residence criteria, and I'm going to talk about one main revision that is particularly important to the County of San Diego. So in 2010, military and civilian employees of the US government who were deployed or stationed overseas, as well as the dependents living with them, were counted in their home state in the US, so where they originated from, for apportionment purposes. They were not included in the resident population of their home state for redistricting. In 2020, a distinction was made between those who are deployed overseas and those who are stationed overseas. Military and civilian employees of the US government who are deployed overseas, while typically stationed in the US, will be counted at their usual residence and included in the US resident population for redistricting and apportionment. So consider this example. It's a sailor from Des Moines, Iowa, who enlists in the Navy in 2011 and who is stationed in San Diego in 2020. Sailor leases an apartment in San Diego, but is deployed to the Persian Gulf on Census Day. Under prior rules, the sailor would have been counted overseas and listed only in congressional reapportionment count in Iowa. In 2020, based on the revised rules, the sailor will be counted in San Diego for the purposes of apportionment and redistricting. So this shift in residence rules is intended to better reflect the usual residence of deployed personnel and has implications for local infrastructure and services like hospitals and schools. So the change to recording deployed personnel at their usual residence rather than their home would likely result in substantial population increases in communities near major military installations like the city of San Diego. Next, I just want to briefly mention hard to count populations also present a challenge to creating an accurate census. This happens each go around. Disproportionate undercounting of some population subgroups, most notably people of color, young children, and renters, which are often a proxy for lower income households, occur when compared to non-Hispanic whites, older Americans, and homeowners. Census Bureau researchers and advocacy groups analyze the omission and undercount rates of the census data as it's collected and after the fact to better target geographic areas and population subgroups for get out the count efforts in future censuses. Lastly, just a quick note on privacy protection, as it's a chief concern of the Census Bureau. The Bureau has started using a new method to keep the 2020 census data confidential called differential privacy, which aims to ensure that data cannot be backwards engineered to identify individual respondents. I'm going to talk a bit about this more later. So I just want to briefly touch on schedule because I was really pleased to hear that Commissioner Inman was just as excited as I was about today's release of the 2020 census data and just show what the timeline was and how we got it a little earlier than expected. And then at the very bottom of this, I just want to mention that as denoted in Assembly Bill 849 or the Fair Maps Act, that there are official adjustments that will be made to the decennial census enumeration. The statewide database of California will use administrative records to place the incarcerated population back to the location of their last known address when possible. And we're going to talk more about this at the next training on August 26th when we focus more on redistricting. So now actually diving into the census and the responses and characteristics. If you all recall when you fill it out, starting in 2010 and then again in 2020, it's a short form only questionnaire containing only 10 questions. Some of the chief characteristics collected are shown on the slide, things like total population, which is then broken down by race and Hispanic Latino origin. Those same variables are tabulated for the voting age population, so over 18. And there are also a few items on housing, specifically housing unit counts and a breakdown by occupancy. If you recall, though, the long form in decades past, that information is now collected as part of the American Community Survey, or ACS for short. The primary purpose of the ACS is to measure the changing social and economic characteristics of the US population, including education, housing, jobs, and more. Attributes such as median household income, educational attainment, and house heating fuel, among thousands of others, are collected. The ACS data differ from decennial census data in that ACS data are based on an annual sample of households rather than a complete enumeration. And I also wanted to mention one other more local data set from SANDAG, or the San Diego Association of Governments, as they're a source of population estimates in the county. So each year, SANDAG produces estimates of population and housing characteristics for small geographic areas. And they also produce growth forecasts for population, housing, employment, income, and land use. And that helps local jurisdictions plan appropriate facilities, services, and development practices over the long term. I mention these because they're both relevant data sources for many different use cases, but they're specific to those. And I just wanted to stress that the decennial census total population enumerations of the data that we'll be using for redistricting. So the other side of census data are the geographic areas at which these characteristics are tabulated. So a few examples are listed, and there's also the full hierarchy shown on the right. And just a few kind of distinctions to note: there are legal and administrative boundaries. These are things like states, counties, and incorporated places. And there are also statistical areas, which are census tracts, metropolitan statistical areas, urban areas, and census designated places. And I just wanted to point out one in particular that maybe is not, it can be a little ambiguous, and that is places. So these are things like incorporated places, such as cities and towns, but also census designated places. And those are statistical counterparts of incorporated places and are delineated to provide data for settled concentrations of population that are identifiable by name, but are not legally incorporated under the laws of the state. And it should just mention that CDPs have no legal status, nor do they have officials elected to serve traditional municipal functions, but they're still very important. You can think of them as the unincorporated cities and areas. Specifically, I want to target 3 of these geographic areas for discussion because they're very relevant to redistricting. First being census tracts, which are relatively small, permanent statistical subdivisions of a county or equivalent entity, and they generally have a population between 1,200 and 8,000, with an optimum size of about 4,000 people. A census tract usually covers a contiguous area. However, the spatial size of census tracts varies widely depending on the density of settlement. Census tract boundaries are delineated with the intention of being maintained over long periods of time, so statistical comparisons can be made from census to census. And tract boundaries generally follow visible and identifiable features. The next geographic level down is block groups, and they are statistical divisions of census tracts and are generally defined to contain about 600 to 3,000 people. And they're used to present data at a finer resolution, and they usually also cover a contiguous area. Each census tract will contain at least one block group, and the block groups are uniquely numbered within the census tract. Lastly, the census block is the smallest geographic unit used by the Census Bureau, which means that blocks cannot be split because the Census Bureau does not certify enumerations for smaller geographic areas. There are statistical areas bounded by visible features such as streets, roads, streams, railroad tracks, and even non-visible boundaries like selected property lines. Generally, census blocks are small in area. For example, a block in a city may actually correspond to a city block bounded by streets on all sides. But census blocks in suburban and rural areas may be large, irregular, bounded by a variety of features like roads, streams, transmission lines. And then very remote areas, census blocks might encompass hundreds of square miles. So it just depends on the density of population. And census blocks then nest within other tabulated census geographies. So they build into block groups, which fit nicely into tracts. And I just want to briefly mention that the boundaries do change between censuses. For example, if a block group population might have grown significantly over the past decade to the point of exceeding that threshold that I mentioned, it would get split into multiple block groups. So we're going to be using these building blocks to create the supervisorial districts or make changes to them, moving these pieces between the districts.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I wonder if this is an appropriate time to take a break. Staff is asking to regroup before the next portion of our meeting.
Alex, is this a good moment?
This is great. Yes.
Okay, very good. So with that, as we mentioned, I'm going to call us into recess. We will start promptly at 5:30 for the public hearing. Thank you.
I said that coffee.
Commissioners, I'll ask you to return you to your seats or turn your cameras back on or whatever you need to do to be participating again. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the slight delay. My fault for looking at the wrong clock, but noting the time is now 5:33, I will call this pre-mapping public hearing to order. I want to thank everyone both here in the room and attending virtually for continuing to join us for this pre-mapping public hearing of the County of San Diego's Independent Redistricting Commission, which you will hear me refer to as the IRC. It is an honor to be here today to conduct the first of our pre-mapping public hearings and hear from you, the public, about your communities of interest, your concerns. We're taking public input today on your neighborhood, district boundaries, your communities of interest, because they are ours as well to address and deal with. As I mentioned, this is the first in a series of public hearings intended primarily as listening sessions for us, the IRC, to hear from you, the public. Our purpose here today is to listen and learn as much as we can about communities of interest in the region. We'll talk a little more about what a community of interest is and have some other introductory remarks in just a moment. For now, though, I'll begin by saying that, and just to identify myself again, I am the IRC chair, David Boehm, but it is much more a first among equals who tries to take time to keep our meetings running and occasionally running on time than any kind of supervisory duty. We are equal commissioners, and I appreciate all my colleagues and their hard work to get us to this point. Let me again highlight that we're interested in hearing from you about your community because it will inform the work of drawing new boundaries for the 5 members of the County Board of Supervisors. That mapping is the process that we will begin later this fall. For that reason, hearing from the public now at these pre-mapping hearings intentionally comes before the line drawing work that the IRC will take up beginning in early October with the release of the final data. I'll begin by asking our IRC clerk, David Hall, to provide additional information about today's hearing. David.
Thank you, Chair Boehm. At this time, I'd like to invite any members of the public who wish to speak to the commission during today's meeting to please review the instructions posted on the redistricting website at sandiegocounty.gov/redistricting. We ask that individuals who wish to speak to the commission complete a form in advance for planning purposes. Individuals participating virtually or by phone are asked to submit an online request, and all individuals wishing to speak in person can complete a physical speaker slip. Staff has speaker slips available in the room and are available to answer your questions. All timely requests to speak from the public made at today's meeting, either in person, by phone, or virtually, will be honored regardless of whether you have submitted an advanced request. Chair Boehm.
Thank you, David. So what will we be covering today? We'll begin with a brief presentation that you'll see on screen in just a moment. That will include a refresher and update on redistricting. And for commissioners and those members of the public who've attended our meetings before, some of this may sound familiar to you, but because this is our first public hearing, I think it's worth taking time to reflect on it, remind ourselves of it, and go over things again, especially for those members of the public who haven't had a chance to join us before. We'll provide an orientation on what to expect in these public hearings as we go along. And we'll also have a brief overview of the community builder tool that we have from our IRC demographer, Flow Analytics. Finally, though, and most importantly, it will be your turn, the public's. We need your input because, as you will find out, and you may already know, your participation is very, very important to us. This pre-mapping public hearing is designed to allow the public to inform the commission about your city, your community, your neighborhood, or however other you define your community of interest, and your views on the importance of keeping it intact and well addressed and accounted for during the redistricting process. It will also help us to understand who is attending these public hearings and ensure that we are reaching as many people as possible. To do that, please fill out the postcards that you see on your seats or handed out when you arrived. If you're joining us virtually or by phone, please visit the website, www.sandiegocounty, that's all one word, .gov/redistricting, and fill out the voluntary survey. You'll see that website displayed on some of our slides and elsewhere as we roll along today. So let me begin with the slide package that we have prepared. Very good. And talk about, again, a familiar topic. What is redistricting? So the next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. Redistricting, as you can see, is the process of redrawing district boundaries for each of these 5 districts so that they have reasonably equal populations. That's one of the key principles we have to accommodate. I might note with that these boundaries, as you may have heard earlier in this meeting and certainly in previous meetings, these boundaries are redrawn every 10 years based on census data. And as you know, the federal government conducts a census every 10 years when it counts all individuals residing in the US at the location where they live with due regard for adjustments and current developments. And when we broke from our regular meeting, we were just having a discussion about that, and we'll return to that discussion for any member. So any members of the public who are joining us for this public hearing, please feel free to stay on and join us for the rest of our regular meeting for more information on that. All that said, counting everyone who lives in our county, in our state, and in our country is important because the US Constitution sets population as the basis for sharing and distributing political power. It is in the Constitution. It was the subject of one of the more compelling Federalist Papers at the time the Constitution was ratified. And if it sounds like I'm excited about this as an American citizen, yeah, you're right. I am excited about this. And I hope everyone shares that excitement. Next slide, please. Before you can see some of the criteria in the law that the IRC is required to use to draw new boundaries. And you'll see as we continue this presentation, that map on the right side that's labeled 1991 will evolve to 2001 and 2011. So you can see a little of how it's changed every 10 years. You can review for yourself the criterion that are listed. Just a few highlights: reasonably equal population, again, a rule required by the US Constitution, is probably going to amount to roughly 650,000 residents in each of the 5 districts. I think that number may change a little bit with what we were discussing before from the initial census data, but it'll be roughly in that range. One unalterable category, though, is that we have to create a map that complies with the Federal Voting Rights Act to ensure that minorities have a fair opportunity to elect representatives of their choice. Districts have to be contiguous, meaning all parts of the district are connected to each other. They're not broken apart. They must minimize the division of cities, counties, neighborhoods, and communities of interest to the extent possible. And districts should be geographically compact in the sense of density, not shape, such that nearby areas of population are not bypassed for more distant populations. In addition, as you can see in the bottom box, the place of residence of any incumbent or political candidate may not be considered in the creation of a map, particularly by this independent commission. And districts may not be drawn for the purpose of favoring or discriminating against an incumbent, a political candidate, or a political party. Next slide, please. Some additional criteria specific to our county. 3 of the 5 districts, at least 3, have to include unincorporated territory. And 2 of these districts have to be comprised primarily of unincorporated areas. So that goes to the heart of some of the things we were talking about in our regular meeting. But as a point of reference, I'll just point out, and you can see on the slide, the county of San Diego includes 18 incorporated cities, mostly in the western part of the county, but much of the county's overall territory is unincorporated, land outside the boundaries of those 18 incorporated cities. Why does redistricting matter? Put simply, it's that figure on the upper right. $7.23 billion budgeted, adjusted, and allocated by 5 county supervisors. How do they adjust and account for it? Because they use that budget based on the electoral districts that they are elected from, the districts that we are bound to draw the correct maps for, and how their communities and neighborhoods in those districts are grouped together or separated, how their voices are heard on election day. Redistricting affects all that. Redistricting thus affects all those different functions you see on the slide. Done properly, redistricting ensures that communities, and I would say on a personal note, hopefully empowers those communities to have an even greater voice in civic life over and above elections. in the day-to-day civic life in the county. In the case of our IRC, we're drawing new boundaries again for the 5 members of the Board of Supervisors, the governing body of the county. Again, that county budget is for the current fiscal year, and again, relates to those areas that you see, the responsibilities you see on the slide, as well as many other areas. Therefore, your representation matters, and how you are represented in those districts matter, and how those lines are drawn for those districts matter. And that's what our mission is. Next slide, please. So how will the IRC gather information to redraw those boundaries? Primarily in 2 ways. The data. Census data, which is just emerging today, and more will emerge in September, which will come to us in a variety of ways. But second, that second symbol that you see, public input. The information we gather from you will help us to learn about and understand communities of interest. And as we talked about, that's a fundamental part of our mission. Next slide, please. This is not something that we choose to do. I think all of us would choose to do it, but this is under law. By law, the County of San Diego IRC must hold public meetings, and we have those regularly scheduled twice monthly. We're doing one of those on either side of this public hearing today. We have to conduct public hearings, pre-mapping, pre-drawing of maps, that's where the yellow arrow is, so that we can learn about the community, especially about communities of interest. That's what we're doing at this hearing today and on our next 6 or 7 hearings to follow. We need to gather public testimony, both through those hearings and other ways. We then draw draft maps and conduct more public hearings on those maps. And lastly, after going through what we trust will be, and we are committed to following, a public, transparent process, we will adopt the final map that will be used for County Board of Supervisors elections for the next 10 years. And I should emphasize here, that map that we draw is final. It is not subject or delivered to the County Board of Supervisors for review or approval. We draw it, we vote on it, we approve it, and that's the map. I want to emphasize in that regard, we are an independent commission of citizen volunteers. We operate completely independently from the influence of our elected officials, and we are responsible only to you, the public, in our duty to draw fair and accurate maps for the county in accordance with law. Next slide, please. On the slide, you can see the 8 public hearings we currently have scheduled over the next 2 months, including one that we just approved as part of a plan earlier. These are spread out through the different existing districts with due regard for criteria that you can review in the plan that was just approved. You'll see on September 18th, a Saturday, that we're going to work on a location still to be decided, likely to be Carlsbad, but we'll make sure information is posted about that. And then we have another Saturday meeting the following week, September 25th, at the Spring Valley Community Center. But I just want to highlight those as Saturday meetings, and we, of course, remain open to other input. We just want to make clear that these are the formal public hearings that we're hosting. I'm happy to say we're going beyond legal requirement to have 8 public hearings, and we'll look for all the input we can get on those issues and on communities of interest. Next slide. And I want to spend a little bit of time on this because I think there's some updates to be mentioned here. So you can see tonight is the first of our 8 pre-mapping public hearings. That's at that green diamond at the top and kind of takes us through the green portion of the timeline on the bottom till September 25th. Today, as we discussed during our regular meeting, the U.S. Census Bureau released the raw data to the states. That data will now be processed by the state to create California's official redistricting database, known as the statewide database. And that data is what we need to start drawing boundaries, which we expect to become available to us in late September. And you can see at the top their official redistricting database released to IRC on or about September 23rd. Shortly after that, in early to mid-October, we will begin drawing draft maps. Each draft map will be published with the relevant data and made available for public comment. We'll be holding at least 2 public hearings during this map drawing phase to hear from the public about the proposed new district boundaries. And at any point through this process, we will be looking for map input. And we'll talk about that a little bit from the public. You can submit your own maps electronically or hand-drawn. Our current deadline to adopt a final map for the county is December 15th. But that date, along with many of these other dates, is tentative. due to a host of concerns and issues. And it's based on the current information that we have available right now, but is subject to change. Why is it tentative? Because as many of you know, the census data has already been delayed significantly by a number of things, not the least COVID-19 and the pandemic. Typically, the census data would have been in our hands by April, and we probably would have been finishing our work now on drawing the maps. But because we only are just now getting the raw data from the US Census Bureau today, August 12th, and we still are a month away or maybe a little more from receiving the official data that we need from the statewide database, we're going to have some catch up to do. The initial delay announcement resulted from the Census Bureau, I should say, resulted in an extension of our IRC map adoption deadline to December 15th. That's in the law. That's not something we design. But I do want to note that that deadline may be extended further. And we've actually discussed publicly the need to extend that further to January 14th, not least to give the public roughly the same amount of time for input before data is available and once we start the mapping process that they would have had without the census delay. And you're seeing this with other commissions, including the California State Commission as well, which is interestingly enough advocated for the same extension of deadline for January 14th. But those are legal issues. The State Commission is actually going to the Supreme Court on the basis of a legal case that involved these issues. We are advocating with the legislature to see if that date can be extended. We don't know how that's going to turn out. We'd ask you to stay tuned. For right now, our priority is to ensure that the public has ample opportunity to participate in the redistricting process, starting with today's public hearing, but even with public input before today's meeting and after today's meeting. And we want to ensure that we all have the time we need to gather the information we need to draw fair and accurate maps. Delays are not usually desirable, but we do view the time we've had up to this point as a bonus. It's given us additional time to dig in deep and learn more about the county. And I think we've been able to take advantage of that, but we are now entering the phase where we actually are having the public hearings and receiving the information we definitely need to move forward. All right, next slide. Let me point out that we, again, are drawing the new district lines to elect members of the County Board of Supervisors. There is a lot of redistricting going on nationwide, statewide, and even locally. And on this slide, you can see two meetings coming up of concern that do not directly involve our commission. Interestingly enough, tomorrow, the California State Redistricting Commission is holding a virtual meeting that is focused on Imperial and San Diego counties, specifically for the purpose of receiving public input. That meeting starts at 3 p.m. and you can see the website where you can both view the entire schedule that they have, including another upcoming meeting, as well as how to participate in that meeting tomorrow. That's at wedrawthelinesca.org/meetings. The City of San Diego's Redistricting Commission, of which we have a commissioner with us here today, thank you again, Ms. Lee, for being here, has a special meeting for District 9 on August 17th at 5:30 p.m. Their complete meeting schedule, and I think ways to participate, is available on their website, sandiego.gov/redistricting-commission. And for the meeting calendar, you just do /calendar. So all those meetings are available. The State Redistricting Commission is, of course, focused on lines for electing members of the U.S. House of Representatives, the California State Senate, the California State Assembly, and the Board of Equalization. The City of San Diego is, of course, Redistricting Commission is, of course, concerned with the City Council. I'll note there are other local redistricting commissions hosting public hearings as we roll along. The City of Chula Vista, Escondido, and Carlsbad among them. And I think we're all trying to get in even more touch with each other to make sure public input is heard, shared, and accounted for in all our work. So please feel free to participate with all our fellow commissions. It's one of the exciting things I think about the United States. We have a lot of elections for a lot of representation to make sure voices are heard at multiple levels. Next slide, please. Let's talk a little bit about community of interest. You can see the definition here, but frankly, it's the points in color and in bold that are most important. Your voice matters. I will state for the record that a community of interest, or COI, you'll hear that term a lot, is a contiguous population that shares common social or economic interests and should be included within a single district for purposes of its effective and fair representation. I do want to note they are not defined by relationships with political parties, incumbents, or political candidates. And that goes to the heart of that legal mandate I was talking about before. A community of interest is one that shares common social or economic interests. They might coalesce around a common culture or common language. They might coalesce alongside other interests. A shipping port, for instance, might constitute a community of interest because the community around that port might share common interests dealing with the impacts or effects of having a shipping port as their neighbor. A critical source of information about community of interest is, of course, the public. The census data gives us some information about neighborhoods and communities, but it won't necessarily tell us about the issues and concerns that bring a community together. That's what we need to hear from the public. How do you know if you belong to a community of interest? Well, simply put, and I think we may have another slide on that. Yeah, let me keep talking. We'll leave that slide up. But it can be things as simple as celebrations and traditions, street festivals, parades, important places where your community gathers like parks or community centers. What's the history of your community as it came together and as it looks at the future? Is the community having issues that have not been adequately addressed by elected representatives? Has the community come together to advocate for important services, better schools, roads, health centers, soccer teams? I'm sorry, I threw that in, but that's important to me. Have you worked for recognition or support of your community, like having holidays recognized or historical events commemorated? And we live in a time now when those issues, I think, are more discussed and public than ever. And we want to hear even more about that from the public. I'll turn to our demographer in just a minute or two for more on how that works. But for right now, let me point you to this slide on ways you can submit public input. We're going to have 8 of these public hearings, starting with the one tonight where you can provide oral testimony. But you can also submit written testimony at any time through email or even through that archaic idea of putting something in a letter in an envelope and put a stamp on it and mail it. That still works, and we're happy to receive that. You can draw your community in an electronic tool that's on our website or through a paper map. And again, we'll talk more about the electronic tool in just a minute. In whatever format you provide it, though, we'd ask you to provide as much detail as possible about the community, the characteristics and issues that bind you together, and why you need to be united in a single district. Our friend from our demographer contractor team, Flow Analytics, John McKenzie, has been very patient waiting for me to complete my remarks. John, I'd like to turn it over to you.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. I'm just going to start my video here. Oh, if I can. Very good. And can I just confirm that my screen, or that the screen does have the slide on it?
Not yet,
perfect. There we go. Thank you. So before I talk about the Community Builder tool, I do want to briefly discuss Flow Analytics, our firm's role in the redistricting process. So as the redistricting demographer services consultant, our role is to provide demographic and analytical services to the IRC in support of their effort to create a final approved set of supervisorial district boundaries prior to the December 15th, 2021 deadline. As part of this effort, our team is charged with several specific tasks. We're collecting and compiling the data required for the analysis. And of course, this includes the census data, but it also includes existing boundary data, can include streets and roads, as well as community of interest data and community of interest boundaries. It also includes the public comments and testimony that are submitted. We're providing the mapping software that will be used by the IRC and the public to draw the communities and to draw district map options. And we'll be evaluating those maps as we receive them and reporting that information out to the IRC. And as I will discuss, I did discuss in a little more detail earlier, we are also overseeing the work of a sub-consultant who will be performing a racially polarized voting analysis to ensure the process complies with the Voting Rights Act. And lastly, we'll be helping the IRC throughout the process with any demographic or analytical request that comes up during the project. So next slide, please. Okay. I really briefly want to talk about a term that's going to be used quite a bit throughout this process, and that is reasonably equal population. Now, when we talk about reasonably equal population, we're talking about measuring the population balance. And to measure the population balance, we first need to identify the total population of the area. In this case, that's the total population of San Diego County according to the 2020 census. Now, the second value we need to measure population balance is what we call the ideal population. Now, the ideal population is the population that each supervisorial district would have if the population were perfectly distributed. And we calculate that ideal population by simply dividing the county's total population by the number of supervisorial districts. The next step is that we need to determine how much the population of each district deviates from the ideal population. And we calculate that in terms of percentage. And lastly, what we need to do is figure out the overall deviation. And in order to do that, we look at the district that is least populated. We identify how much that district deviates from the ideal population. And then we look to the district, the most populated district, and take the percentage by which that district deviates from the ideal population. The sum of those two values is the county's overall population deviation, overall district deviation. And what we are trying to do is get that number as close to zero as is possible. So the next slide, please. And I'm actually going to share my screen in just a minute so we can take a look, but I do want to let you know that this is the URL for the Community Builder tool. You can find this on the county's redistricting website, but also if you do download these materials, you'll be able to have this URL and link to the tool here. So I'm going to share my screen. Good. Just 1 second here. That's better. I do apologize for that. So this is the Community Builder tool. If you click that URL that was just up on the screen, it will take you here. This is a tool that we designed to collect information about your community of interest. So when you click here, the first thing you will see are some instructions. There are also questions. So this is a survey that you can fill out that we're asking for you to describe and provide us some helpful information about your community of interest. And as you scroll down, you'll also notice that there is a GIF here that provides a basic instructional overview to show you how to use the tool. And if you keep scrolling down here, you'll find the tool itself. And you can very quickly just open the tool up, expand it a little bigger. You can enter your address if you want to find that by typing it here, or you can simply zoom into the map. And to draw a community, you simply click on a button over here and you start drawing. And so I'm just gonna go ahead and very quickly here draw a boundary, and it's not gonna make too much sense for the purposes of demonstration, but you will get the point. And once you have your boundary, you can choose to edit it, You can move it around, make it a bit more accurate. And there you go. Now you can also identify which supervisorial district you live within. You can look at some information about source data and submit that community of interest geography that you've just drawn to the IRC. And that immediately comes into our system, and we will collect that geography along with the information that you filled in the form. And I am going to keep it brief here. There was in a previous meeting a more in-depth instructional tutorial on the community builder, but we did want to run through it one more time so people knew that it was there and understood how to access it. And with that, I will stop sharing my screen and pass it back. Thank you.
Well, thank you, John. And I can vouch as somebody who's not always that technical and with some friends, it's really very easy to use. But that said, and just to review, there are other ways to participate in the process. You can attend the public hearings like we're having today. These meetings are open to the public and we'll continue to hold them with virtual, phone, and in-person options as the situation develops. And we'll also publish all the scheduling information, location information on our website. So please feel free to visit that as needed. You can see it there under the pre-mapping and public hearing and public hearings, where it's san-diego-county.gov/redistricting. Even if you don't attend a meeting, you can submit comments via email or regular mail. Addresses are on this slide. And again, this slide is available on the website if you need it. And to stay informed, please feel free to subscribe to our email list so you can receive information about meetings, additional hearings, and other information that's coming up in our process. The Community Builder tool that John just reviewed is also available. It allows you to describe your community of interest and draw a map to tell us where it's located. You can also use the QR code in the lower right of the screen to take you directly to the website. So with that, we get to the good part. That's the overview. We're now ready to get to the heart of why we're here, to listen to you, the public. At this time, I'd like to turn over to our clerk, David Hall, to advise us about the process and to give members of the public a chance to address us. David.
Thank you, Chair Boehm. We do have one speaker who has requested to address the commission in person and two who have requested to address the commission remotely. I mentioned at the beginning of your regular meeting that we had 18 e-comments. Those e-comments had continued to come in during your meeting. We now have 29 e-comments for this item. Those e-comments either have been or will be distributed to the commission and posted online. So the commission will first hear from those in person who have submitted requests to speak. Next, I will call on those who are participating remotely who have submitted requests to speak. Then we will hear from any remaining public comment from those present, whether or not you have a speaker submitted. And finally, we will hear from any remaining public comment from those participating remotely. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the commission. So I'll begin by calling the in-person speaker who has submitted a request to speak form. I'd like to invite forward Lindsay Liu. If you're present, I'd like you to approach the microphone. And if you are agreeable to doing so, please begin your comments by stating your name for the audio record. You have 3 minutes to address the commission.
Okay, my name is Lindsay Liu. So hello to the commission. I am currently a resident of Mira Mesa. As you are reviewing the 2020 census data, I would ask you to consider the importance of bringing together areas with a high concentration of Asian American Pacific Islanders. I believe that our neighborhoods of interest should be included within the same county districts as much as possible to empower the Asian American Pacific Islander communities. The primary reason I chose to speak today is because I recently purchased a home in Mira Mesa. And the reason why I chose this neighborhood was due to the support and representation by different Asian American Pacific Islander groups in the community. I did grow up in a predominantly Caucasian neighborhood where the closest Asian American Pacific Islander community was about a 30-minute drive away. And there was limited to new resources available to my parents who were Asian American business owners, as well as myself, like as a student. It did feel like we did not belong in our community and that there was an invisible barrier because of the lack of representation of other and of the lack of community. Now, now that I know what living in an Asian American Pacific Islander community feels like, I want to urge the IRC to consider including the Asian American Pacific Islander communities within the same district so that current residents and the new generation does not feel excluded the way I did growing up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll move to those who have requested to speak in advance who are participating remotely. We'll begin with Hope Nelson. You'll see or hear a notification that you have been unmuted. You have 3 minutes to address the commission. And again, if you're agreeable to doing so, please begin your comments by stating your name for the audio record.
Thank you. My name is Hope Nelson. I've lived in Carlsbad for 21 years. I'm also president of Citizens for a Friendly Airport. I'm sympathetic to the task you have in appropriately districting San Diego County. Many have drawn attention to their preferences based on the commonalities of communities, some based on coastal concerns, some with ethnic concerns, some with infrastructure concerns, all of value. I want to state one additional concern to address, and that would be McClellan-Palomar Airport, which is perhaps the one singular property that has the potential to change North County forever and impacts the communities of Oceanside, Vista, San Marcos, Escondido, and Valley Center, as well as Carlsbad, which is where the airport is located. And if there are communities mentioned that are not feeling the impact currently, just like sea level rise may not impact the coastal communities today, the potential for impact is enormous. We're talking about noise pollution in the impacted areas, which disrupts kids and teachers trying to conduct class activity, as well as disrupting sleep. We are also talking about aircraft GHGs, which leave communities within a 10-mile radius most vulnerable to dangerous pollutants like particulate matter, nitrogen oxides, and hazardous air pollutants. I therefore suggest that Carlsbad needs to stay in District 5 as it is now, so that those other communities that are impacted, Oceanside, Vista, San Marcos, Escondido, and Valley Center, have the communal voice they deserve. That won't happen if Carlsbad and the airport are redistricted to D3. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Our next speaker who has requested to speak remotely identifies themselves as Christine. You will hear a notification that you have been allowed to speak. You'll have 3 minutes to address the commission. Again, if you are amenable to doing so, please begin by stating your name for the audio record.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christine, and I'm a resident of South County. My community consists of middle-class minority groups who really want, truly want accurate representation of our needs and interests. More broadly, my community is really all of South County, from Barrio Logan to the border. Our neighborhood shares so much in common. We have extended family across the region, from San Isidro to East Lake to Chula Vista's Old West Side. Our families face many of the same challenges, such as quality education, pollution from the port and border, COVID-19 and the efforts regarding that. One of the biggest obstacles to having our voices heard is being in the same district as Point Loma and Coronado. Please give us a fair district without wealthier, more privileged areas that drown out our voices. Working families in South County deserve a strong and equal voice here during this mapping process. Thank you.
That concludes the requests that we've had in advance. If you are present and would like to address the commission would like to hear from you. Please line up behind the microphone, and for those participating remotely, please raise a virtual hand. If you're on Zoom, please click the raise hand button on Zoom or press *9 if you're dialing in by phone. But we'll begin with those present. If anybody further would like to address the commission at this time, you're welcome to come forward. Not seeing any movement in the chamber, I'll move to those participating remotely, and I'll go to Crystal Irving. You will hear a notification that you've been unmuted. You'll have 3 minutes to address the commission, and if you are amenable to doing so, please begin by stating your name for the audio record.
Hello, my name is Crystal Irving, and I'm proud to be the president of SEIU Local 221, representing over 13,000 working families that live and work in all corners of our county. As county employees, our members know better than anyone the importance of elected officials that respond to the needs of our communities. For the last few months, We have been pleased to be a part of convening discussions with dozens of communities passionate about redistricting and what it means for their neighbors and families. On the national news, redistricting often feels dominated by political schemes, voter suppression, and deep division. Over the last few decades, we've seen some of that here in San Diego, and this commission has more than a few injustices from past redistricting that needs to be corrected. Point Loma in South County, Escondido shoved into District 3, just to name a couple. But most importantly, what I've seen here in our redistricting conversations is real folks making a real effort, not to divide, but to unite. For so many, this isn't about drawing lines that divide us. It's about drawing connections that unite us and envisioning new districts that build communities up, not hold them down. A district to empower South County's Latino community and expand equality and opportunity. A district that upholds the Voting Rights Act and gives South County the strong voice it deserves. A district that really fits an increasingly diverse urban San Diego, and where issues like public transit, affordable higher education, and racial justice truly get the attention they need. A district that actually makes sense for our growing North County region, where new challenges around growth and traffic and climate cannot be ignored. And the amazing part of these communities, the amazing part is that these communities aren't competing to advance their self-interest. They're coming together to make sure redistricting truly serves the people's interests. North County is standing up for South County. Black voices are pushing to ensure that Latino and Asian American Pacific Islander voices are heard. Rural and urban neighbors are working together to meet each other's needs. And that is just some of what I've heard in our conversations and what we hope to share with you today and going forward. We look forward to participating in this historic redistricting and ensuring a fair redistricting that truly empowers our communities, especially those whose voices often get drowned out. If we do redistricting right, we can build a better county government and a better San Diego for all of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to move to Judah Coker. Just a moment. You will see or hear a notification that you have been unmuted. You have 3 minutes to address the commission. Please begin by stating your name for the audio record if you're so amenable.
Hello, my name is Judah Coker and I'm a resident of Oceanside. Oceanside is a very culturally diverse city, both ethnically and socioeconomically. And in this way, many of our residents are also connected with northern communities like Vista and Escondido. Additionally, Oceanside is a coastal city and its residents are united in this way as we face similar environmental challenges such as coastal erosion that also impact other North County coastal regions. However, for years, county politicians mashed together coastal North County with rural East County into a district that didn't truly serve either community's needs. This is made clear by the fact that what matters most in Carlsbad and Vista does not impact Borrego Valley residents the same. This independent commission can fix that by drawing district lines that finally serve the people, not the politicians. We ask that you do this by respecting the coast and East County as separate regions with different needs so that our distinct voices are not drowned out when it comes to prioritizing the issues we are facing. Thank you.
Macias, you'll hear a notification that you've been unmuted. You'll have 3 minutes to address the commission.
Hello, I'm Engelberto Macias. I grew up in Boston Avenue. My family lived in Barrio Logan for all my childhood. I currently live in City Heights. But more broadly, my community is all of South County, from Barrio Logan and City Heights, all the way to the border. All of our communities have similar challenges, right, with environmental racism, with discriminatory zoning laws, with high rates of pollution, a legacy of racist redlining and being pushed out of our homes to gentrification, issues that our communities have not historically had the capital or resources to fight to improve our conditions. And for those who don't know, redlining is a systemic denial of services for residents, often based on race or on socioeconomic status. Those disparities haven't gone away over time or haven't been eradicated. So to me and to many other people in the south part of San Diego County, one of the biggest obstacles we have is being in the same district as Point Loma and Coronado. We don't have the same concerns and we don't share that much in common, I don't think, for like the issues that we want to focus on. I think for me personally, when I grew up in Barrio Logan, we were right next to a region that was mixed with industry and family housing. So my family grew up with severe asthma issues, much higher rate than the rest of the county and the state. And it was largely because of the zoning laws that were decided, decades ago. And there's a direct continuity between those historical injustices and today. And the decisions that we should take to redraw those district lines should take into account the voices of minority people in the community in San Diego. And I urge the commission to take the interest of Latino and Latina community members into account and to make sure that they have proper representation. The district lines and the districts should represent the community and serve the people within those districts. And that is what I got. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll move to Stacy. You'll hear a notification that you've been unmuted. You'll have 3 minutes to address the commission. And if it's agreeable, please begin by stating your name for the audio record.
Hi, my name is Stacy Huey. I'm a resident of South Park, San Diego in South County. My community consists of Asian and Latin middle to low income renters. And I'm just calling to ask that that you consider the fact that what other speakers have said, that the community is really all of South County from Barrio Logan to the border. Until this past November, we never even had a Latina county supervisor representing us. And like many speakers have pointed out, one of the biggest obstacles to having all of our voices heard is being in the same district as Point Loma and Coronado. That was a political deal the old supervisors pushed for themselves, not really to represent the people. And I feel that you need to fix it and to make it fair. If Coronado doesn't think we belong in their city, why does Coronado belong in our district? I ask that you please ensure that working families and working people in South County stay with each other, they get a strong and equal voice, and that they make sure that we get Coronado and Point Loma out of that district. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And now I'll move to Piggy. You'll have 3 minutes to address the commission. You'll hear a notification that you've been unmuted. And I'll just ask, you have 2 requests under the name Piggy. Are they both you? Do I need to call on both of them, or you let me know?
I believe that's my husband, my partner. So I can go first.
Okay.
So my name is Christina Mananquil. I'm a resident born and raised in Southeast San Diego. More broadly, my community is really all of South County as well. My community consists of Black and brown folks, and many of us share community spaces from schools, parks, to small businesses and community events. I'm advocating today to keep the Filipinx community and the Southeast community together, specifically Paradise Hills and Southeast San Diego. Many of us are working class families, have to work multiple jobs, live with family to afford rent, have multiple generational families to take care of. We have shared interests such as keeping our community safer, for example, from policing and fighting against incarceration. Many of us continue to experience the effects of COVID and this pandemic. We share interest in fighting for equity in education, mutual aid, community resources, and community gatherings. Thank you.
Thank you. And the second, Piggy, I have gone ahead and unmuted you. You have 3
Hi,
minutes
this
to
is
address the
Dino.
commission.
Oh, sorry. This
Go
is
ahead.
Dino. My name is Dino. I'm a teaching artist, and I teach at various schools and spaces throughout, specifically South San Diego. I'm pushing that we have, that we keep Southeast and Paradise Hills under the same district. There's a strong culture there, and there's already a lot of collective goals with those communities together. And I think that's very important because a lot of people are already doing a lot of great things in the community in terms of just making sure that there's resources for not just one specific group of people, but for everybody. And I think there's so much more growth for that. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes those who have raised their hands virtually. I'll give one final call for anybody present in our meeting room or those online who wish to speak to the commission, either come forward to the microphone, or if you wish to speak remotely, raise a virtual hand. Seeing neither any movement in the meeting room, I do have one more virtual hand. I'll invite Kathy Steele. You have 3 minutes to address the commission. You'll hear a notification that you've been unmuted. Please begin by stating your name for the audio record if you're agreeable to doing so. I think you're muted. You may need to unmute yourself.
Got it. My name is Kathy Steele, and I'm a resident of San Marcos. My community consists of about 100,000 people, which is an increase of almost 16% since the 2010 census. We're primarily 43% white, non-Hispanic, 31% Hispanic, 10% AAPI, less than 3% Black, and other and mixed races. So as you can see, our community is diverse and economically as well. The Hispanic population here is clustered along the 78 corridor from Oceanside to Escondido. For years, county politicians have included North County communities with rural East County. The current boundaries do not suit the needs of our citizens, but those of politicians. Our growth has exploded in the last 10 years, changing the needs of the North County population. This has resulted in a strain on the resources and traffic. We need to have one district that meets the transportation needs of the 78 corridor and build a 21st century transportation network that serves the needs of families and businesses. I'm asking you today that you give our community the voice it deserves by making the Board of Supervisor boundaries fair and reasonable by respecting the differences in North and East County San Diego. Thank you.
Chair Boehm, that concludes public comments for the IRC's pre-mapping public hearing this evening. I mentioned when we began this item that there were 29 e-comments. They have continued to come in. We now have 31 e-comments. Chair Boehm?
Well, thank you very much, David. And what can I say? An enormous thank you to everyone who took time out of their busy days to share their thoughts with us this evening, scheduled or unscheduled, in person, virtual, or by e-comment. And I really want to thank everyone who submitted e-comments, including during the course of the meeting. I promise you, we will take them just as seriously as any other comments we received. As many of the speakers have pointed out, as many of the commissioners have pointed out previously, the IRC has a very important responsibility to draw the lines for elections to the Board of Supervisors, and we simply can't do it without the public's help, as we've heard today, and hearing this kind of valuable feedback. Before we return to the IRC regular meeting agenda by adjourning this public hearing, I want to ask everyone again to, if you're in the room, please drop your survey cards in the boxes on your way out or complete an online survey if you're participating virtually. We look forward to our upcoming IRC public hearings, again, available on the website, but for the record, the next of which is on Wednesday, August 18th at 6 p.m. at the Bonita Sunnyside Library, 4375 Bonita Road in Bonita. The zip code is 91902. With that, I'll adjourn this public hearing at 6:26 p.m. Commissioners, I will ask you if it's acceptable. We'll take a short break before returning to the regular meeting, but for right now, I'll ask you to be back in 5 minutes at 6:31 p.m. This public hearing is adjourned with thanks. Regathering, please. Okay, so let me bring us back together. We are resuming the IRC regular meeting at 6:36. I'll see if we're bringing back up flow analytics and in particular Alex. Okay. David, I'll note for the record that I think we've got Commissioner Dostal with us now. Good, thank you. And there he is. Alex, appreciate your patience in coming back. Are you ready to share your screen again?
Of course,
Good.
I can
So
do that.
we will resume. Please go ahead.
All right, so I now should be sharing my screen. Thanks for letting me pause and come back and finish up these few slides. I promise there's not that many more. So we just finished talking about the decennial census data, the geographies and the characteristics. And this next slide on redistricting is kind of a recap of what we just heard a bit from Chair Boehm during the public hearing portion. So we're going to be using these census geographies and characteristics to meet the redistricting criteria that are denoted in Assembly Bill 849, or also known as Fair Maps Act, as well as federal redistricting laws. So I'm going to cover these criteria in detail during our next training session in August 26th. So I'm not going to go into great detail now, but just wanted to mention a few examples connecting the census data to these criteria. For instance, the IRC will be using these statistical areas to help draw and redraw the supervisorial district boundaries and aggregating those population enumerations to achieve approximately the same total population between all the districts. The IRC also is going to draw these boundaries to preserve cities and local neighborhoods and communities of interest, many of which coincide with the statistical area boundaries, but some are reliant on public input that we just heard. That's going to be an important piece of the puzzle. And lastly, the IRC is going to be cognizant of the shape of these statistical areas, ensuring that the contiguity and compactness criteria are met when drawing boundaries. And the last 2 points were touched on, but there is also county-specific criteria that we will delve into, as well as kind of a traditional criterion that is to follow easily identifiable boundaries, like natural boundaries such as waterways. So I also want to speak briefly about data accuracy and privacy. Responses need to be kept confidential as required by law, and the 2020 census will be the first census to be protected using a technique called differential privacy. And differential privacy is essentially a set of mathematical algorithms developed by cryptographers and computer scientists that inject noise into the data to protect confidentiality. And the need to apply similar methods have existed for many of the prior censuses. Some of those that you might be familiar with are data swapping or imputation. And the topic of differential privacy has been a topic of debate over the last 2 years. You all might have heard that many researchers and practitioners have expressed concern over these techniques, and particularly the impact on overall data quality and potential to adversely affect particular subpopulations like racial or ethnic minorities. But the Bureau completed numerous tests on the application of differential privacy and are confident that they've chosen the optimum calibration value to strike a balance between accuracy and privacy. And the Census Bureau particularly paid significant attention to the potential impacts of differential privacy on redistricting and Voting Rights Act use cases to ensure that the data is usable and defensible. That said, when reviewing the data at the smallest geographic area of a census block, some of the values might appear strange or fuzzy, a term used by the Census Bureau. I'll just give a brief example. For instance, you might have a very small block that has few people living within it, and to protect the confidentiality of a lone ethnic minority family, noise would be added to the data, making the block information not perfectly accurate, but thereby protecting the confidentiality of that family. The recommendation to overcome this issue at such a granular level is to aggregate data to larger geographies. So that'll be something we'll discuss when we get into actually drawing the boundaries and starting with census tracts, census block groups that make sense, and then working around the edges with blocks and understanding that they're not perfect, but they are the data we will be using. And more on that, just wanted to end on this slide and say that the Bureau also had to contend with higher non-response rates for characteristics than they've experienced in past censuses. And this means that while people were counted, some people left one or more questions blank. And even if they completed all their census questionnaire, those blank responses left holes in the data that the Bureau had to fill. So an example of how they overcome that challenge is to use ancillary administrative records to help fill the gaps. And shortly after the August release of redistricting data, hopefully the next couple of weeks, the Bureau plans to release additional operational quality metrics to give further insight into how they collected the 2020 census responses and what that might mean for data quality. And I want to conclude with a recent quote from the acting director of the Census Bureau, Dr. Ron Jarman, in which he stated, "Every way we, the Census Bureau, analyzed the 2020 census through our extensive reviews during data processing by comparing the numbers to population benchmarks and looking at the operations, the census data are high quality and fit for use for redistricting." And that jives well with our bottom line of using Assembly Bill 849, Fair Maps Act, which will draw boundaries based on the census. And with that, that's going to conclude the training tonight. And we'll be back for more at the IRC meeting on August 26th. And we'll dive more into a redistricting 101. And at this point, I'll welcome any questions from the commission.
Well, thank you very much, Alex. And earlier, thank you to John. Thank you, Commissioner Inman, for your earlier comments. And commissioners and members of the public, thank you for your patience in having a class interrupted by a public hearing. In 4 years of undergrad, 2 years of graduate school, and innumerable seminars, I don't think I've ever had quite that kind of pause in a class. So really, really appreciate the patience and the interest. Before we turn to clarifying questions and comments from commissioners, I'd like to ask David if there are any members of the public who wish to speak on this agenda item and topic.
Thank you, Chair Boehm. We did not receive any requests to speak in advance of the meeting, but if any member of the public would like to address the commission on this item, we would love to hear your comments. Those present who wish to address the commission, please come forward to the microphone. And for those participating remotely, please raise a virtual hand by clicking the raise hand button on Zoom or by pressing *9 if you're dialing in by phone. Not seeing any movement in the meeting room, nor seeing any virtual hands raised. That concludes public comment on this item, Chair Boehm.
Very good, thank you. We'll move then on to clarifying questions and discussion. I want to note that this is an informational item, so there's no action for us tonight. But certainly if commissioners want to show how they've done their homework and pay close attention, they're more than welcome to with probing questions. After the discussion, I'll have a little bit more on next steps, particularly with regard to the RPV analysis question. But for right now, let me ask if there are clarifying questions and comments. For those commissioners participating virtually, you're going to see me turning around a lot to check on hands. So I already see Commissioner Katerina, Commissioner Pons, Commissioner Serban, Commissioner Diaz. So Co-Vice Chair Katerina, please.
Oh, thank you, Chair Boehm. I just had a quick question. And this is to the flow team, I think, and perhaps Commissioner Inman as well. So we have some amount of time that is going to involve the state database realignment, I guess. I don't know what the right word is, but since we got our census data just a little early, is there any expectation that we might see that data a little early in September?
I'd welcome Commissioner Inman just to lend a hand too if he's heard, but I personally have not. I would fully expect though, knowing that everybody has received this data, it's available on the Census FTP site, that the statewide database of California will probably get working on this as quickly as possible and hopefully have it to us sooner than they originally expected.
Yeah, that's, I haven't heard anything specific other than, you know, there's still, I think it was a 28-day turnaround time period. So we got it, you know, 4 days early. So I would expect their date right now would be 4 days early as well. So I think it was previously the 23rd, subtract 4, and you got a new date. But definitely we'll let you know if we hear anything otherwise.
And of course, they've got additional complexities to deal with as they validate and report that data. So it'll be interesting. Commissioner Pons.
Yes, thanks for the brief from Flow Analytics. And my question and comments come on the heels of the ABASD briefing and the public hearing. And it's about making sense of it all. And this is something that I think that Flow Analytics and ABASD may want to sort of collaborate. You know, how do we adequately sort of capture the comments, the e-comments and the comments in the public hearings so that we can accurately act on what we are hearing from the public? What I want to do is to figure out how can we quantify those comments either through repetitive phrases or terms that are continuously used either in the e-comments or during the public testimony. And so those topics of interest can give us insights on what those concerns and considerations are for the public. Something like a heat map, like we've heard this 1,000 times in what we now call District 1. So obviously down that corridor, there are a lot of people concerned about transportation, the airport, and we can look at that, we can take those comments, those sort of qualitative comments, and we can sort of connect that with the quantitative data and give us something to act on, right? Because we've heard so much tonight from the public. But I'm thinking, how do we use that information in a very analytic way? You know, Commissioner Inman said, look, Frank Pons, we don't have to be experts on mapping. We just have to be critical thinkers. I think this will help us to be critical thinkers in the process. And so I want us to think about that. I would ask that Flow Analytics think about that, and also ABASD to also consider that aspect of what we are doing.
John or Alex, do you want to start?
Yeah, I could start. Thank you, Commissioner Pons. I agree. I think quantification of these comments would certainly be helpful. I'd like to also hear ABASD's experience in this realm, but some of the things that Flow Analytics have done for other clients and other processes is using tools for like text mining. So being able to create, you know, word clouds based on the frequency of terms, or a little bit more in-depth sentiment analysis. You can get a sense of these are positive or negative comments and put a numerical value to that. So it's something we could definitely explore if the IRC desires.
I was looking for a moment at Jason and the ABASD team just to make sure they didn't want to say anything specific, but I do know, and I'll just remind commissioners that both contractors have developed, I think, a good working relationship. And I'm sure they'll be happy to be talking to each other about this. And I'll gently recommend that maybe at our next meeting, some more information on a really excellent question could be provided. So appreciate that. Thanks to both of you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Serban.
Thank you for recognizing me, Chair Boehm. So my understanding of the selection process for the RPV consultant is that Flo will, I guess, assess the proposals that it receives from a number of parties. It looks like there's maybe 2 proposals that are expected to be received. And I guess my question is, so once those proposals are received, Flo will assess them and then select one of the proposals for which, and then forward that selected proposal for final approval by the IRC. Is that generally how the process is going to work?
I apologize. Can you
Commissioner Inman?
clarify?
I can kind of take this part way. I mean, the first part of it is the contractor Flo has the right to hire the subcontractor of their choice in this. Now, we do get to concur with that decision. And so they'll bring back the contractor that they hire along with information about that contractor for us to concur with their decision.
Okay. Do we know what the criteria are that they will use to select among the proposals that they receive?
The RPV proposal went out. We saw the criteria. If John is still on, I think he was principal on that. But that was the statement of work that they sent out, was the RPV analysis that we saw.
Okay, so based on that, that's how they'll assess the. Okay, thank you.
Correct. And then the other components, ability to do it within the time frame. I think in his memo, he talked about some of the other things.
Right.
There's a lot of demand for services right now, and so we had to make sure that somebody could get it done. I think our time frame was the end of September.
Okay.
And this is John McKenzie jumping in here.
John, or
I would
anyone on
say,
the Flow team, do you have anything you want to add to that?
yes, this is John McKenzie, if you can hear me.
We can.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I will just mention that we also did work with legal counsel in developing the scope of work, and also because they are highly experienced in this area and have done quite a bit of work here as well. So we leaned on them to help us develop the criteria that was going to allow us to identify the best candidates for this work.
I have Commissioner Diaz, and then I don't think I have any other requests to speak on this item. So Commissioner Diaz, please.
Yes, thank you. I looked through some of the candidates. Actually, I had to go look up their CVs, and I was very impressed with the work that they done. My question is, I've noticed there were 2 from the University of California, San Diego that didn't come forward. And what was the reason for that again? Just wanted to know what these candidates local, if any, in San Diego County had any experience. And if so, like, for example, we have Dr. Matt Barreto, and he seems to work primarily with LA County, has done a lot of his research in LA County. How is that being assessed? Like, how does that translate well to San Diego County?
So I will say that the researchers in San Diego who they are not submitting proposals because they were not able to, they did not have the availability in order to do this within the time frame that we need. I will say, what I'll say about all of the researchers is that they have worked in various capacities doing RPV analyses at different scales nationally. So while they may not have worked locally in San Diego, they have applied the same practices and analytical methods for racially polarized voting analyses throughout the country in different locations. And those analyses don't change. The methodologies won't change based upon the location. So we feel very, very happy with the folks who have chosen to submit proposals, and we think they are all extremely well qualified to perform these analyses.
Very good. I'm not seeing any other requests to speak. Let me express thanks and appreciation on behalf of the commission to Alex, John, and not to be self-congratulatory, but to Commissioner Inman as well. Look forward to hearing more on future developments on all of this, future classes as well, and in particular on the selection of the RPV subcontractor. Let me just note, we're aiming to have the results of the RPV analysis presented to the IRC before we begin map drawing. In other words, roughly at our last meeting in September. To allow sufficient time for that subcontractor to complete their work on RPV, I'd like to bring forward the IRC's possible concurrence on that subcontractor selection, what Commissioner Inman was just describing, so that we can do it before our next regular meeting. We don't have to wait the 2 full weeks. I note that we are gathering in Bonita for our pre-mapping public hearing on the 18th. That seems an opportune and efficient time to consider this decision, as well as a possible action on special counsel that we'll talk about on our next item. So if everyone's comfortable with it, I'd like to suggest that we hold a short special meeting on the 18th to the pre-mapping public hearing that's scheduled to begin at 6 p.m. I say I prefer to do it prior, both because I think will accommodate schedules more easily and is a little fairer to the public that we have that hard stop at 6 p.m. So we'll send out a note because it's a special meeting. We don't have to take any formal action. We've got a little bit of less time required for advance notice, although obviously we'd like to get as much advance notice as possible. But I'll turn to Barbara and staff, if you don't mind, to schedule that, and we'll make sure that's closely coordinated with Flow Analytics. But for right now, I'd ask commissioners, please keep your calendars free for the late afternoon of the 18th so that we could have a short discussion and very likely action item on concurrence with that selection, as well as another action item that I'm about to tell you about. Is that okay? Commissioners on screen, I apologize, I can't see the folks on screen participating virtually right now. There we go. Any questions, comments on that? Good. All right, moving on then to agenda item 8. Discussion and possible approval, and I do want to underline the word possible with regard to tonight. You just heard it in my voice that we may be moving that possible to August 18th on retaining special counsel and giving an instruction to staff to develop the selection process along with counsel to develop the selection process for IRC review and approval. This topic on special counsel has come up several times over the course of our meetings. So a short formal discussion and consideration by the IRC seemed to be in order tonight. I do want to emphasize, though, again, that this is just a possible action today, with next steps really dependent on how commissioners feel after they hear the presentation that is about to be delivered on the issue. I'm sure you won't be surprised to know that presentation will be delivered by our general counsel, Marguerite Leone, who's ready with more on this issue. Marguerite, assuming you're online and have access to a screen, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Commissioner Boehm. Can I be heard?
You can, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So as the chair has mentioned, the retention of special counsel has come up in a number of contexts, and it has been carried for quite some time on our future agenda items, and it raised its head today. Here's a potential motion. The chair has suggested we may not get to a motion today, but it's here if we want it. Next slide. This is just to remind you, I think we've come a long way, but my contract does not include at this point special counsel work. And we have on many occasions discussed the advisability of getting a second set of legal eyes, maybe even a third, given all of our fine attorneys on the commission, to the work that the commission is doing. And we can talk about this a little bit later, the pros and cons of this, when the motion is before you. But the language on this slide is just simply what's in my contract. It's nothing new. Next slide. A potential approach to the retention of special counsel is set forth on this slide. Now, I caution you that when I drafted this slide, I anticipated we might make that, or you might make that decision today. However, it can also be made on the 18th. And then at that special meeting, what could happen, this is all a sample, is the IRC would have an opportunity to review a scope of work and a process on this issue, including the possible appointment of an ad hoc subcommittee. I hesitate to say that because you've been valiant in the work you've put in on subcommittees. But thinking this through, it seems particularly appropriate in this particular context. So once approved by the commission on the 18th, between the 19th and the 31st, the scope of work would be published and widely distributed to solicit interest by potential candidates. That period would close about the 31st, 2 full weeks, or just under 2 full weeks. And an update would be brought back to the commission on the 9th. But in the interim between the expression of interest, the receipt of statements of qualifications, our subcommittee would be interviewing candidates against their experience, against their availability, against the statement of work, and against the ability to stay within budget. And that would go on between about September 1st and September 15th. And then at the meeting on the 23rd, the subcommittee would bring back its recommended candidate for special counsel and present its recommendation to the full commission for approval. Assuming we get approval and the commission decides to proceed with that candidate, then there would be a brief period of contract negotiations. This, of course, would be a county contract, as they all are. The contract would have many provisions similar to the current contract with our consultants that would involve the NSPOC or the IRC in the administration of that contract. So this is a potential timeline. The purpose of even presenting it is at this point is to get input from you. And then if this is something you would like to consider either at today's meeting or bringing it back on the 18th with a refined timeline and a refined process, the purpose here is to get your input. So Chair Bain, with that presentation, I'd like to return the floor back to you.
Thanks very much. And I'll ask you to keep that the timeline on the screen for a few minutes while we turn for public comment and then seek either clarifying questions or a motion. Obviously, there's a little more to say about process here, but let me turn first to David to see if there are any requests from the public to speak on this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Bain. We did not receive any requests in advance to speak, but if any member of the public would like to address the commission on this item, we would welcome your comments. those present who wish to address the commission, please come forward to the microphone. And for those participating remotely, please raise a virtual hand by clicking the raise hand button on Zoom or by pressing *9 if you're dialing in by phone. Not seeing any movement here and not seeing any virtual hands. That concludes public testimony in this item.
Very good. And I was negligent in thanking Marguerite for her presentation, which I should have done immediately. I hope that was all digestible. That said, this is both complicated and important. One thing I want to highlight for the commission, and the reason I'm hesitant to consider a motion today, is that we almost certainly will still have to consider another action on the 18th, and that is to approve the scope of work, which is not before us tonight. So from my perspective, if it's a choice between holding 2 votes and 1 vote, I will always lean towards 1 vote. If we can do that, that's fine. That said, it is something I very much want to respect the commission's wishes on. So if the commission would prefer to have an active discussion to at least approve what we've heard so far, that's also completely within the bounds of a decision. But my recommendation for right now would be, after some clarification, questions and comments to council and to staff as needed, and among ourselves, would be to instruct council and staff to prepare a more detailed plan for the way ahead along the lines of what Marguerite just mentioned, including the scope of work to bring before us on the 18th. So in addition to the RPV analysis that we just agreed to do at that special meeting before the public hearing, we would also review this, that you would have in advance, at least 24 hours, but I would certainly hope we could get it to you earlier than that, and have a vote to approve that as the way ahead, and with a timeline at least generally similar to what you see before you. Again, I don't want to prejudge anything. If commissioners would rather have a discussion that I think would take a little more time and consider a motion on at least what we know today, I'm happy to entertain that. So with that, let me see if there are clarifying questions or comments from Marguerite. I have Commissioner Chen, Commissioner Serban. I don't, no, that's my fault for keeping the screen up. Do we have any commissioners participating virtually who want to ask? Commissioner Garcia, is that a hand I see? And Commissioner Dostal. Okay, so I'll start with Commissioner Chen, please.
So from the general scope statement that Marguerite shared, it seems like there may be some overlap, at least to me. It seems like there's overlap with what our current council does. So I would love to see a scope. I would prefer to wait until we have a scope of work that can really nail down what we're getting with a special counsel that we don't have with our existing council.
Marguerite, did you want to say anything about that?
Yeah, first of all, I appreciate Commissioner Chen's comments. I think it is a reason to work. What are considered the expert council work in my contract are defined. However, I think that needs to be fleshed out. For example, the opinion on the map, on your final map, as just one example, would be a element I would think of your final report. And that isn't fleshed out in the exclusions in my contract, but it certainly can be. So what I'm hearing Commissioner Chen saying is there is overlap here, and I certainly understand that and respect it. And so he's saying, what does this thing really look like? What is this role? And let's put it off and take a look at that at our next meeting, at the special meeting. And I would support that. I think it's legitimate.
Thank you. Commissioner Serban.
Thank you for recognizing me, Chair Bain, and thank you, Council, for the very thoughtful presentation. Couple of questions. First, who's drafting the RFP and scope of work?
The scope of work, in my view, would be probably initially put together by me. It would be based on similar scopes of work that are available for precisely this role, but tailored to distinguish between the services I provide as your general counsel and the role of the expert council as isolated in my contract. So it's a little bit of a special thing. That could also, though, be developed. I recommended a subcommittee here. It could also be reviewed by a subcommittee.
Okay. And then, so if we are to say that the scope of work is to include a delivery of a legal opinion as to the sufficiency of the draft or the final map, does that also then mean that it would necessarily include an analysis of the RPV analysis? Or an opinion of the RPV analysis?
Absolutely. Part of the scope of work is the ability to interpret that study as applied to the lines you have drawn for Voting Rights Act compliance. Absolutely.
Right. Okay, great. And when is the latest practical date to hire special counsel?
Latest practical, this timeline anticipates having them on board when you begin mapping. And I think that is an appropriate time frame.
Because really their work starts once we have a draft map adopted, right?
Correct.
Like that's, okay. So
Correct.
I guess, yeah, okay. All right. Okay, thank you, Marguerite.
You're welcome.
Thank you both. Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
Yes, thank you, Marguerite, for that presentation. I guess I have a question, a little bit about the process here and the timeline, and that is, is there any question about whether or not we're going to retain special counsel? Is that something, the first issue that we need to discuss? And would we typically be drafting a scope of work and process before we've actually decided to retain special counsel? In other words, why would we already be writing the scope of work, and doing all of that if we haven't already decided to retain special counsel?
Well, a couple of answers to that. I think there is logic in what you're suggesting. There's also logic in the chair's approach. Let's take one vote. I think also the decision to retain special counsel could be influenced by the scope of work. In other words, what are we asking this? What precisely are we asking this person to do? And once we see that, do we want to hire that particular hire into that role? As Commissioner Chen noted, much just ordinary redistricting, not ordinary, none of it's ordinary, interpretation of the law, etc. I am doing as we go along. So what is that role? Is it cost effective? Is it good for the commission? Is it good for the process? Is it good for the county and its plan? And I think that will be influenced by the scope of work.
Okay, I guess in my mind, it feels to me like the first order of business would be deciding that we need special counsel. And from what I understand, what you've said tonight and what you've said in the past is that you are general counsel and that you recommend, you advise the IRC to have special counsel to do, as one example that you gave tonight, to issue legal comment on the maps that we've drawn. The final map, maybe interim maps, just to make sure that we're following the letter of the law. And that is something that we would need special counsel, expert counsel for.
Yes.
And that's a service that you would not provide. So
that's a service I could provide, Commissioner Garcia. It is not in my current contract. And I am recommending that, I'm happy to do it, but I'm recommending for I am recommending that we bring on an outside set of eyes on the plan. It is my recommendation. I surely do this for other jurisdictions, but in this particular case, I'm your general counsel. And I think I'm involved with your process. And I think it's good to have somebody somewhat outside look at your plan.
So just to clarify, if we put off the decision to next week, we would be deciding both the question of hiring special counsel and the scope of work and the process all at once. We would do that.
Yes, but I think almost, Commissioner Garcia, the question of the scope of work and the hiring of special counsel is one and the same. We're hiring a person to do this job.
Right.
Yeah, they're very, very closely linked in my mind. So I don't see a lack of efficiencies in looking at a scope of work simultaneously or in the same motion or meeting at which it is decided to go forward to fill that role.
And Co-Vice Chair Garcia, you raise a valid point with regard to the decision about whether to hire special counsel or not. And I, with the commission's permission, will continue to liberally interpret our procedural rules so that if it's the sense of the commission on the 18th that we need to first have a vote on whether to even have a special counsel, we can certainly entertain that motion first in and of itself before lumping anything else together. That's where I would frankly agree with the points that I think several speakers have made. I would feel more comfortable making that judgment with a draft scope of work in front of me. But that doesn't mean to prejudge the decision in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, in my mind, it actually doesn't make that much sense. It seems to me then, if we think there's some question that we're not gonna, if there are some arguments against hiring special counsel, then maybe we should have that conversation now. I don't know what those arguments are. But when I think about how we did, the other contracts, I thought we made a decision first that we were gonna hire those contractors. We moved to hire the demographer and the outreach consultant. And then we tasked an ad hoc committee with writing the statement of work and doing all the materials that went along with that. And we brought that back to the commission and those were approved. It seems to me that charging someone with doing the statement of the scope of work and developing a process is a little bit putting the cart before the horse. But I'm willing to consider that. And my concern is that if we put that whole conversation off to August 18th and we decide that we need to, that we need to hash all of the whole motion to retain special counsel off to that date, then we might be, we might be delaying then the scope of work and process further. And I think there is some time, I think we're under some time constraints here. It looks like this is a pretty tight timeline. So my preference would be to at least decide tonight that we need to, an up or down vote on special counsel. And then next week we look at scope of work and process. That would be my preference. Thank you.
Okay, let me ask, well, first of all, let me give you the list that I have right now as we continue with clarifying questions, which is where I think we are right now. That's Commissioner Dostal, then Commissioner Hanson, then Commissioner Brown. I'll ask right now for anyone else who has any clarifying questions, because after those three, my intent would be to ask for a motion, probably starting with Co-Vice Chair Garcia, if that's the inclination of the commission. Because I think Co-Vice Chair Garcia, you're the one who has said we might need a motion tonight, so I'll come back to you on that. But for right now, are there any other speakers at the moment who want to make clarifying questions or comments? Sorry. Okay, so Commissioner Serban after those three. Commissioner Dostal, thanks for your patience. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Boehm. If this isn't a clarifying question, I'm happy to put it off. I'm always confused about whether it's a clarifying question or not. But my question is how this relates, since it is a county contract, how does the procurement process come into this, if at all? And how much help we can get from Marguerite in this process if we do decide to hire someone, because she has expertise in this area. I would really want her input, and at the same time, because, you know, for independence reasons, she may not want to be involved in that. So I just wanted to ask Marguerite that question. Thank you.
And Marguerite, I take it to be, just to clarify where we're coming from here.
Yeah.
Your earlier comments that what you're proposing as an initial concept would in effect be a subcontractor. Is that correct?
Yes. My contract permits there to be subcontracts under my contract. So it is, the choice would be yours, but it would come in under my contract as it is written now. There is so it would not be necessary to go through the procurement process. It would be very similar to the process that's being used right now to bring on the RPV consultant through the demographer. And it's been planned that way since the RFP was issued for the demographer. This happens to be an element of my contract. So that's simply the technical part of it, the contracting part of it. It would come in under a sub, under a contract very similar to other consultant contracts. So that's number one. And number two, although not crystal clear, the best interpretation of the law is that you have authority to retain consultants. So it's completely appropriate for you to do so. Number three, even with the other consultants you have retained, we, with staff, developed alternatives which did not use the resources of DPC. And I have proposed to follow those here in the interest of expedition. And I appreciate Commissioner Dostal's comments, and I will be as helpful as I can to a subcommittee, which I would recommend too, appointed to work through these issues. Commissioner Dostal, does that answer your questions? Technically, this is going to be under my contract.
Yes, thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I have Commissioner Hanson, then Commissioner Brown, then Commissioner Serban. Commissioner Hanson.
I just would like to remember back to when we first discussed this need, which was many months ago, I think now. But at the time, we were talking about the circumstance where we were sued by a community member after the adoption of our map. And we realized that it would be very hard for Marguerite to defend against work that she had participated in throughout the whole process. And therefore, it would be necessary to have someone else come in and look at it with a fresh eye who had not been part of the process. And to me, that was a very clear reason for doing it. And I think we haven't really touched on that today, but that's the impetus that started this conversation, isn't it?
Marguerite?
I must say that was certainly a consideration, but I may have interpreted that the litigation and liability protection came in before the lawsuit was filed to protect us. We can never protect against somebody suing us. But we can do everything in our power to protect our plan and our process. And then we just defend it.
But we were trying to anticipate that.
Yes.
And to
and I
prepare
agree.
ourselves for that eventuality if it happened. Hopefully
Yeah.
it won't. But if we don't protect ourselves, we can't defend.
Yes. Commissioner Hanson, I agree with you. I think this is one of the reasons supporting bringing on a special counsel.
And for what it's worth, I can see that as a legitimate point in a discussion process, whether tonight or next week, about when that special counsel would be needed, especially given the point that we've heard before, that the process is often the grounds for the suit, and therefore having a special counsel that's involved in the process only to a point, but is familiar with that process, enables that special counsel to do more later on, including the eventuality of a suit. But it's a legitimate question. Commissioner Brown, then Commissioner Servin.
I have a couple of questions there. One is if we bring in a special counsel and it's a subcontract under your contract, doesn't that kind of not make him independent from you? And does that jeopardize you at all? Because you've performed the work with us all along? Should it be completely independent where we just do an RFP for somebody, an outside counsel without you having it as a subcontract?
That's certainly an option. It will be very time consuming. I don't believe handling the technicalities under my contract would impair the independence of your selection.
Okay, so if they become a subcontract of yours, is that included in the fees that we're paying you already, or do we have to look for additional fees to cover them, or and how hard is that going to be?
You know, we have those services are excluded from my contract, and the budget committee set aside a sum for specialized counsel. So it's in our budget already.
Okay, and one last question I had for you is, do we have access to be able to see what is in your scope of work for your contract that we initially?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
What we may have to cover and what we are already covering?
Absolutely. In fact, I believe a copy of that contract was provided to each one of you. And I can, many months ago, buried somewhere deep in the email, but you have it. And it is available administratively for you to look up, absolutely. But what I will do to make it easy is when we talk about this again, I will bring back my scope of work so that you can compare it with expert counsel.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Marguerite.
Commissioner Sherman.
Thank you, Chair Boehm. And thank you for the further clarifying information, Council. Question is, would the special counsel is the scope of work to include an analysis of just the draft map? Or is it only the final map, or is it to include an analysis of the draft map and then the final map?
I think you would benefit from an analysis of the draft map. So if there is a sense that some changes could bring it into legal compliance or increase defensibility, that is something you may want to take into consideration in finalizing your map.
Okay. And recognizing that the special counsel is, I guess, kind of housed as a subcontractor under your contract, what sort of oversight or management role will you be playing with respect to the special counsel?
I have an obligation under the contract to make sure that the work is properly performed because it is my subcontract, so there would be some level of involvement with me. But I have also issued the opinion that an SPOC could be appropriate in this role.
Oh, I see. And then, so just to clarify, your scope of work doesn't include an opinion as to the legal sufficiency of any map, right?
Yes, if
And
you
so
go
that's
back,
why,
if you
that's
go
why
back,
we're contemplating the hiring of a special counsel, is because we need someone to say whether the draft or the final is legally sufficient, right?
right. If you go back to the second slide in the PowerPoint, the definition of expert services is on the very last bullet. And those are rendering opinions on the legal sufficiency of maps or portions of maps and legal questions relating thereto.
Okay, so I feel like, and I'm sorry, I apologize if this isn't really a question, but it sounds like to me that the question before the commission is whether we want independent legal opinion on either our draft or final map. I mean, we can answer that question today if we wanted to. Just going back to what Commissioner Garcia's point sounds like she's trying to make is like, we can kind of take a vote on that if we wanted to today. But it's not sure whether we're going to or not.
Well, I will stand. Marguerite, did you have any response on that? I think it's more directed to me anyway.
It is at the pleasure of the commission. I think both approaches are legitimate. And I don't have a recommendation, but I see the approach on both. Thank you, Chair.
Good. Okay, well.
Can I just ask one more clarifying question? And I promise it's a clarifying question. So just so I can understand this clearly, the commission, the IRC actually has the option to hire this special counsel separately under separate contract, or as or we can entrust you to hire that special counsel, obviously with our involvement, but as a subcontractor, for you.
And I must say, Commissioner Garcia, that is being proposed for expedition. You could certainly go through the county processes. We have not explored those. So I don't know where we are with regard. Generally, legal counsel, legal contracts come through county counsel's office, but they can also come through DPC.
Oh,
the process is more time consuming. In the end, this is going to be a county contract. So the fastest way to handle the administration of getting that contract in place is through the authority I have to subcontract. But there are certainly alternatives. They're just more time consuming.
So if we,
and honestly, we haven't even looked at them to see the availability.
I see. So if we were to go the other route of hiring special counsel independently, not as your subcontractor,
right,
we're opening that whole can of worms of.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I didn't.
And let me turn to Barbara Menes, just since that involves the staff question.
Sure, thank you for that question. So Marguerite is correct. So the different options would be one, through Department of Purchasing and Contract, through a regular SSC process. One thing to note is typically the majority of the legal contracts for the county do not go through our DPC. They go through our county counsel office. And there's different reasons for that. The second option would be to go through the county counsel office. We could work with them to identify a potential process where they're able to expedite it, but the IRC sort of driving, that statement of work, et cetera. I do agree with Marguerite that both of those options would most likely take longer than doing a subcontract and an active contract.
And one last clarifying question, if I may, Chair Bain. Maybe when would it be ideal to have a special counsel on board? Because if it's issuing an opinion on near the end of the process, right, on one of the final draft maps or the final map, is the timing really not as constrained as it looked like on that timeline that we saw?
Well, actually,
We have a little more time.
Well, Marguerite, if you don't mind, I'm going to jump in.
No, go right ahead, Chair
Speaking
Bennett, yeah.
completely from a procedural point of view, I can see that the substance of the work might not be required immediately, but I would be very uncomfortable having to have a discussion about statement of work or hiring in, say, November. We are going to be very, very, very busy and focused on our core mission at that point. So one of the reasons I wanted to see commission interest and reaction to this presentation is to at least get that process started and be aware of what's involved. And as we've heard, that other options, which are perfectly legitimate to pursue, may take even more time. So it felt to me like this was the time procedurally to consider it. Rosette, does that answer it?
I wasn't at all suggesting that we would draw this out or
Delay
push
it.
it off any longer at all. That's not what I meant. I just meant that, I was worried about 1 week, sort of a 1 week lag, and it sounds like maybe that wouldn't be all that problematic, perhaps. That's all I meant.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. All right. So let me lay it out this way. I will ask, because I never want to inhibit a motion if people want to make a motion on a possible action item. If there's interest in making a motion, I'll ask for it in a moment. If there's not, then I would move forward with, and I assume concurrence of the commission, to instruct staff and council to develop and refine what we've heard and have a discussion and a vote on the 18th, including the possibility of an ad hoc committee, which in any case, I'd ask commissioners to please keep in mind, because in keeping with what I've heard in the past from commissioners, that would certainly be the first option I would want to explore in terms of interviewing candidates. That for me would be in keeping with how we've normally proceeded, that commissioners would have a voice in that rather than delegate the interview process to anyone other than commissioners.
And David, in that process, when would the statement of work be done?
The statement of work would certainly be ready for initial review on the 18th. And ideally, under that process, I would want to vote it through on the 18th unless there was some substantial requirements for change. So with that, are there any motions requested for action tonight? Commissioner Krugliak.
It's not a motion. I apologize if this,
Not at all.
if I've missed something, but like, we do have an extra amount of money set aside for this particular special counsel. I believe our contract is not with Marguerite as a lawyer, it's with your firm. Is this, can the first step just be, is the amount of money that we've set aside appropriate for someone else in your firm to just expand the scope we already have rather than going through this entire process?
The answer is yes, and I have expert voting rights partners in my firm. I always worry a bit, Commissioner Krugliak, about groupthink. Although my partner Hillary would not be that person, she's too involved. We do have other excellent assets and who have not been involved at all in this matter. So in all honesty, I can give you a yes to that question.
I think we've all been very happy with the level of quality we've gotten. Is that just the easiest outcome here? Can we have a motion and just be done with it and not raise it up on the 18th?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
can we have a motion to move forward today and just close this issue? Like, does it need to come up again on the 18th if we're all happy with the quality of legal representation we have and trust that we can just expand the scope of work without changing our funding, and we don't have to go through negotiations, and we don't have to form an ad hoc committee, and we just go?
We could have a motion, we could entertain a motion to that effect. Are you making that motion?
Sure, I'd love that.
Chair Bain, sorry, I have a hand raised behind you.
Yes, Commissioner Distal, please.
My concern about having Marguerite's firm, and Marguerite brought it up herself, is that the point of having special counsel is to protect the process and say, okay, we had someone look independently from Marguerite. And so if we use Marguerite's firm, since she's our general counsel, there's a challenge that could be made if somebody wanted to sue is, yeah, you had someone give you an opinion, but it's the exact same firm that was advising you wrong. So that's my, that's why I like Marguerite's idea of hiring separate special counsel.
Okay. Both points are completely valid, and no other commissioners want to speak, but we are wandering very closely into the area where I'd like to have a discussion under a motion, because I feel like we're moving past clarification. If we need to continue clarification, I can extend it a little while, but I want to see where we are. So let me take Commissioner Hanson, Serban, Diaz. Oh my goodness, Katerina. And I do need to remind the commission, and I'll ask David to confirm, if someone moves a motion, that takes priority over any further ethereal clarifying discussion, right? Once a motion is made, that's what we turn to.
That's what you're discussing at that point.
Very good. So I will entertain the list of 4 speakers we have, unless I hear a motion, at which point we'll immediately move to that motion. Commissioner Hanson.
I move that we adopt the recommendation to hire a special counsel outside of our normal firm to provide independent assessment of our map during the map making process.
Hold on one second. Of our map during the map making process. I heard a second from Commissioner Serban. Thank you. Okay, so the motion on the floor, let me make sure I wrote it down right, is to adopt the recommendation to hire a special counsel outside our normal firm, or outside, we'll put in the name of Marguerite's firm, to provide independent
evaluation,
legal opinion
over the maps as we draw them,
about the sufficiency of our maps during the map drawing process.
Yes.
Okay.
In other words, don't wait till we've already drawn what we think is the final.
Got that. I just want to make sure we
Okay.
got the motion recorded.
Okay.
Okay, very good. So that's the motion on the floor. Discussion of that motion, which in effect means you don't have to worry about clarifying questions anymore. If you're in favor, if you're opposed, if you have additional questions about it. Commissioner Diaz and Commissioner Diaz, do you still want to speak?
I was just in support of the motion, in support of
Good. Commissioner Inman?
special.
I'm sorry.
Do we want to clarify that that's a special counsel, the way that's worded?
Yeah. Adopt the recommendation to hire special counsel. Commissioner Inman.
Well, I guess I still don't know the necessity of doing this. I guess part of why I would rather hear a scope of work before I make a decision to hire. So that's, I still don't know that we actually need a special counsel right now. I mean, we understand the rules for drawing the maps. We have legal counsel guiding us in that process. If we cross a line, I would assume legal counsel is going to say procedurally this does not work. And so, and I don't completely think that we need special counsel right now at this point.
Thank you. I have Co-Vice Chair Katerina and then Commissioner Serban. Co-Vice Chair Katerina.
Oh, thank you, Chair Bain. So I am in support of hiring a special counsel. This Marguerite originally was hired as our special counsel. And we do need it, and we will need it. We will need independent counsel. We did set aside some money when we did our budget analysis. We will know if that's enough when we get going on the process, but we need to get going on the process. And I believe we need to start the process today. I think any further discussion or further decisions are going to have to be answered after we see the scope of work and the other recommendations that will be hopefully coming forward on the 18th.
Thank you, Commissioner Serban.
Thank you for recognizing me, Chair Bain. The need for special counsel I see as like a strategic, preemptive, defensive litigation tactic. So if we're thinking to ourselves that there's a chance and maybe even a likelihood that we will face litigation, then I think that the value of a legal opinion stating that our draft map and our final map are legally sufficient will then really prove itself. So to me, if you don't think that we're going to get sued, then then you probably don't want to vote for this.
Very good. Other comments? Please, Commissioner Larson.
Well, I share the opinion that we don't know enough right now to make an informed choice. Also, as a member of the old ad hoc budget committee, I know what money we put aside. I'm not sure we put aside enough money because I don't know what we're talking about here. Are we talking about really large amounts of money for another legal counsel in the hundreds of thousands? Or I really don't know. I would really hesitate voting on this without knowing what the financial implications were.
Any other questions or comments? Very good. We'll move to a vote on the motion in just a moment. I will ask the clerk to make sure we can do this, but I would want to allow an explanation of vote because I think there may be different rationales at stake that would be informative for the commission to know if we have to take further action on this. So David, can we allow 15 seconds of explanation of vote as people vote?
Do you intend for this to be included in the minutes, or do you just want to allow people to express their opinion at this point?
Well, I would certainly want it included in the recording,
sure,
which I suppose means in the minutes, but not recorded in the minutes in writing necessarily. Just note that explanations of vote were made.
I don't know of any parliamentary rule that would prohibit that.
David, are you thinking that votes may change based on explanations as we go?
No, quite the opposite. For instance, I will be voting no, not because I'm opposed to the idea of special counsel, but because I'm not sure about the point of hiring on the outside firm at this moment. And what I'm suggesting is this would be conducive to making the discussion as useful as possible. If commissioners don't need to make an explanation, that of course is just fine. If they want to just vote aye or nay, that's perfectly fine. But I just wanted to allow that option, very short. I mean, I'm talking about one sentence, just so we have a better idea, assuming that further action might be required. And it's not in any way to denigrate the motion. I think the motion is perfectly legitimate. I think there's going to be different feelings within the commission about it. All right. So with that, unless there's any further comment, I'm going to call for the vote. Very good. David, could you please call the vote on the motion?
Yes, we have a motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Serban to adopt the recommendation to hire a special counsel outside our normal firm to provide independent legal opinion about the sufficiency of our maps during the map making process. Chair Bain.
Nay.
Commissioner Chen.
Nay, and the reason is because while the Commissioner Hanson did say independent and narrowed the scope somewhat. I would still like to understand the scope better and the financial ramifications better and the what we mean by independent better before I vote yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Diaz.
I'm going to vote aye because I vote in concept of this special counsel, but I also want to see the scope of work at our next meeting.
Thank you. Commissioner Krugliak.
No, I don't think it needs the amount of effort that it sounds like it's going to take.
Thank you. Commissioner Pons.
Nay, I think that Marguerite and her firm can sufficiently validate and verify and defend the draft map and the final map. And I think it's a separate issue regarding personal litigation, and that's the special counsel that I think we're talking about. I think we're blending the issues here, and that's why we're having a circular discussion. So I'd say nay for those reasons.
Thank you. Commissioner Katarina.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown.
Nay, for the same reasons Commissioner Chan mentioned.
Thank you. Commissioner Russ.
I vote nay. I would like to see a statement of work to vote on that. I would think that the end of September, well, actually the beginning of October will be our first draft maps. I'm not sure that we have to really agree to this in one way or the other tonight, because I think we have the time to see a statement of work, have one put up. I do agree with Commissioner Diaz that this is a good concept, and after a statement of work and some further thought, it may be something that we'll want to pass, but I vote nay.
Thank you. Commissioner Inman.
I vote nay. I think it needs to go back to staff for clarifying scope of work.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Serban.
We don't have someone that is going to tell us whether our maps are sufficient or not. Our general counsel, Marguerite, is awesome, but she's not going to do that. That's not within her scope of work, and we need someone to do that. So it's an aye for me.
Thank you. Commissioner Dostal.
I vote aye. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Larson.
Sorry, I vote no. I feel it's premature for all the reasons given, and there's an uncertain cost.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
I vote yes.
Thank you. With Commissioners Diaz, Katarina, Garcia, Serban, Dostal, and Hanson voting aye, all other commissioners being present and voting no, that motion fails.
Very good. I want to be clear. I thought from my perspective, that was a useful discussion because we're better prepared for what I hope will be a shorter discussion. And I will proceed unless there's any objection to put this on the agenda as described for the 18th, with particular attention, if I understood the discussions correctly, to the statement of work and to the question of whether or not, or what the implications are of hiring within existing council's firm.
But if you would also,
Please.
you would include in that also a financial estimate versus the scope of work.
Good, in both cases, yeah. And we'll ask staff to look at the budget one more time to see what's involved in that. And Marguerite, if we could impinge on you on what the kind of going rate is for this sort of thing and when and how many hours would be involved. And I think there's probably some expertise on the commission about that too. Commissioner Sherman.
Is it possible to, I mean, the financial analysis we're going to do is just, staff will tell us how much special counsel might cost, right? I'm wondering, is it helpful to find out what it would cost us if we don't have special counsel and we get sued?
We can certainly look at that. My suggestion would be that might be later in the process before we actually approve a special counsel, but it's certainly a factor we should look at. and maybe an estimate of some kind. I think, Marguerite, it would fall to you if that's possible. I'd ask you to at least look at that. Marguerite?
Yes. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Margaret.
I'm happy.
Chair, may I ask a clarifying question? This is Barbara.
Sure, please. Barbara. Sorry. I'm looking at screens and everywhere except your direction.
Just to follow up on Commissioner Serban's question, I just wanted to make sure. So staff can confirm what's in the budget. If I recall correctly, we had 60,000 on for special counsel or 50,000 for other legal, if I recall correctly. But was the question for staff to research in general or broader than that, how much it would cost?
You know, actually, I'm not sure whether it's.
Mike.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
But I'll ask council and staff to coordinate a little bit to make sure that anything council is putting forward accounts for what's already in the existing budget. Good. Okay. Yeah, Commissioner Diaz, please.
You probably can't see my hand. This is Frank Pons. Could you include the element of time?
Any other best practices that other commissions have put in place in terms of their legal counsel would be also helpful in the staff report. Thank you.
Good point. Thank you. And I apologize to our virtual colleagues, Commissioner Pons, then Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
No, I just say, could we add the element of time, how long it would take to onboard special counsel as part of the consideration, as well as the dollar amount?
So on that, perhaps one timeline under one model and one timeline under another?
Yeah, because Ms. Marguerite said it would take quite a while to bring on special counsel based on the two avenues of approach. And I just like to understand what that timeline looks like, since we're layering it on top of the process of developing the draft map and the final map.
So we'll ask staff to at least do what they can to research that.
Yes, and full disclaimer, just I'm with this such a quick turnaround. If the expectation is that we're posting the agenda with any of the material and the action item for this special meeting, we may not have all the information that's being requested.
I think the
by
commission
then.
will be very flexible on that. So whatever we can get, good. And again, if we're not ready on the 18th, we're not ready on the 18th. Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
Yeah, so actually that's I wanted to, if I could get a recap of all of the things that we're asking for the 18th, where what exactly, and statement of work, and Marguerite will be primarily drafting that, and cost, and could we just, I've kind of lost track. Could we go over that,
My
please?
shopping list has statement of work, cost, and with particular attention to the question of cost within Marguerite's firm versus hiring outside counsel. Related to that, the conceptual question of outside counsel versus someone from inside Marguerite's firm, an update on the current budget allotted for this, an update on, as possible, what the timelines would look like, both a refined version of what Marguerite presented tonight, as well as whatever staff can divine in coordination with council on what the timeline would be following other procedures. I think that's what I had.
The best practices.
And best
I believe
practices.
was the other
Thank
one.
you. Okay,
Chair Bain,
ma'am, please.
I just wanted to also remind staff and council that there is a contingency amount in the budget as well, in addition to the legal counsel.
Thank you for that. We can integrate that into the budget review, what contingency is available if the commission is so interested in tapping into that. All right, very good. Thank you. And again, no, I hope no offense taken or sent in all this. I thought it was a good discussion to have, and I appreciate the commissioners turning in that direction. All right. Next, agenda item 9, introduction of county staff. As we've now entered a hybrid meeting model with an in-person component, and it really is good to see everyone, I thought it might be a good opportunity to meet the rest of the team who've been so instrumental in supporting the mission and vision of the IRC, quite often from behind the scenes. With that, let me ask Barbara Jimenez to introduce the team and tell us a little bit more about them. Barbara.
Thank you, Chair. I'm coming up here just because I'm having some difficulties over there with my laptop. But I'm happy to provide a brief introduction to commissioners of the staff that are county employees and support the IRC. There's an org chart that's up for you to view, and county staff who support the Independent Redistricting Commission have been provided to the commission by the Board of Supervisors as required by the California Elections Code, and which requires both reasonable funding and staffing for the commission. All county staff and their assignments for the IRC are under my leadership and direction as the executive lead for the IRC. I'll note the county's title is executive lead, that in other counties, sometimes it's executive director, different terms. As you know, the project has a lot of moving pieces, very tight deadlines. And so to best coordinate communication and ensure efficiency, we function under this model I have up here, where I am your primary point of contact for the IRC and its related responsibilities for the staff. You can see clearly displayed on the org chart. In practical terms, this means it's my responsibility to make sure that the IRC needs are met by assigning work or single or multiple staff who may be assigned to a specific project. Or in the sample here on the org chart, you see Nicole Temple is 100% dedicated to the Independent Redistricting Commission. Some of the other staff I've been able to leverage. And I'm hoping you guys can see that org chart. What you see there is both the staff that are assigned full-time and the staff that are leveraged. The other thing I'll note is we have a number of county departments that we've been fortunate to be able to leverage when requested. I think that goes along with the fact that I've been with the county for 32 years. So if I call one of the other departments, they're more than willing to jump in and help. We have the auditor and controller, we have the clerk of the board, we have our county communications, Department of Purchasing and Contract, our Health and Human Services Agency, and our information technology. So I think what we try to do here is really leverage the skills of the staff. In addition, I just want to note that the team and I are pleased to be able to support the Independent Redistricting Commission. And so if you have any questions about staff, about assignments, please let me know. One of my responsibilities is ensuring that I can, it's not just about managing the staff, but really it's about ensuring that I'm managing their workload, assignments that might be coming in if they're not fully, supporting the Independent Redistricting Commission. If things are necessary, people taking time off, leveraging that, making sure I can provide support, performance reports, performance evaluations, any other, anything that goes with personnel and managing personnel. So sort of just making sure that all of that is encompassed. We have an amazing team that's really been flexible and nimble and excited to be able to do this. One of the other things I'll note is we have, you see over on the left-hand side, the Department of Homeless Solutions and Equitable Communities. That's a department that I lead. As an example, you see Lizette Tapia on there as an admin analyst 3. Today's actually her last day with the county. And so what we've done to be able to support a smooth transition is already made adjustments so that other staff can quickly jump in. And so that's one opportunity to be able to leverage the staff. And we have an admin support team. Those are like our secretaries and our admin team that help support. So I just wanted to do a quick introduction. And if the folks are here, they can stand up and wave. If they're on camera, I asked some of the team to be available. And this is interesting because it's our first meeting in person, and I've worked with all of you at one point or the other, and I really don't know if you know anything about me, but other than working at the county for 32 years, I've had the ability to work in every one of the regions in the county of San Diego. We serve the community on a regional model, and I've worked in every one of the regions at one point or the other. I started out as a frontline eligibility worker processing applications for food stamp, CalFresh, Medi-Cal. So that's how I started with the county. And I've been able to both do operations, policy and program, direct services, special projects like the First 5 Commission, which was near and dear to my heart and I really love doing, binational border health work, Office of Violence Prevention, lots of different things. So I'm really pleased to be able to really work with the community and support the community. My last 10 years was the regional director for the Central and South regions, and we worked very closely in the community with our partners. And so that's where some of these networks and ability to get the word out, I think, has been very helpful. This is an exciting project personally and professionally for myself. So I just really look forward to be able to support you at the need that you need. Liberty Donnelly is is the co-project manager, and I'll have her. Many of you have worked with Liberty. She's my right hand. Liberty is a deputy director within the Health and Human Services Agency. She has a master's degree in public administration, undergrad degree in criminal justice, background in behavioral health services, and she was my deputy director with the Central and South regions, but also is your co-project manager. Liberty. Nicole Temple. Nicole Temple is actually assigned to us 100% for this project, but she is with the FG3 or our finance group. She has been leveraged and critical and is my other right hand or left hand because of her experience with the advisory board. Truly amazing. And I just appreciate all of her work. It's just an amazing team. She and Liberty together, I mean, they're just the rock star package, right? So thank you, Nicole. Program coordinator, you see that on the org chart. That is vacant. So we brought in a project coordinator, and before she really even started, she just, it takes a while to onboard our staff sometimes with the county process. She actually got promoted. So we're actually filling the project coordinator position and looking for that right person to be able to support. As soon as the project coordinator, we go through our county process and our onboarding, we'll make sure to do an email introduction. Chim Lau, and I think Chim is on our virtual. He is our operations research analyst. He's new, and Commissioner Inman, I don't know if you've had a chance yet to interact with him. He's going to be the point of contact, the core for the contract. He has an amazing expertise in data and geography analysis and supporting the mapping process of the commission meetings. And here he just started with the county. This is his position, 100% dedicated. He attended UC San Diego for graduate school in economics and UC Berkeley for undergrad work in computer science. So we're really excited to have him join us. Okay, I can't see from over here, so I'm just, Lauren Flores, I believe is virtual. She's our admin analyst. She's the one that does all the work behind the scenes with the Zoom manager, our speaker promotion, video recordings, preparing transcript, drafting a lot of the speaker presentation, coordinates all the translation, interpretation with the contract vendor, and does a lot of that research that we're looking to do. Lauren is amazing, and we're excited to welcome her as a leveraged staff. And she attended Sacramento State for her BA in sociology and the University of New England for her master's in public health. So we're bringing that public health flavor in. So thank you, Lauren. And Lizette, I don't believe is on. Lizette Liberty. Was Lizette going to be on? And she is leaving us. And so we're really sad to see her go. But as I mentioned, we were able to make sure to allow enough time for the cross training. And so they won't miss a beat. She was serving as the core for both contracts. Nicole Vila supports the meetings by serving as our backup Zoom manager, speaker promotion video, preparing transcripts, all of our gov delivery, ex parte communications, and she's going to serve as the new core of the outreach and engagement services contract starting August 13. She graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology from the University of Notre Dame and a Master of Public Health from San Diego State. I've worked with Nicole for many years. She was in our Central South Division, went off, and then came back. Angela is here. Angela Fang is here. Many of you know Angela from the education tours, a lot of the work on the website. She really provides oversight for all of that administration, post the agenda, the supporting documents, the meeting videos, the websites, the YouTube. She received a BS in Bachelor Health with a minor in Political Science and Psychology at UC San Diego and completed her MPH at San Diego State University with a concentration in health management. She started the county as a county worker and kind of just gone up from there. So we're really excited, and she's amazing to work with as well. So I don't know, I think we have our student workers here. Leticia, there's Leticia. And so we always love to onboard student workers to support us and really help us provide some of that analysis and redistricting topics that's needed and research and everything else that supports us. And then Cassandra, I believe, is on virtually. Cassandra Muniz also is a student worker. I just remind the IRC that none of the staff is included in the IRC budget. And that really our goal is to support you whenever you need. And if you have any questions, concerns, please let me know, and I appreciate all of your support. Thank you.
Well, Barbara, thank you for that. Yeah, I did hear the theme there of a lot of expertise in public health. I, for one, will invite anyone on the staff to help with stress management. I could certainly use some. Much more importantly, I want to thank, on behalf of the commission, everyone on the team who's been contributing so much, both in front of us and from behind the scenes, both for our mission and for our individual capacities and capabilities in getting this work done. You've done great work. We know you'll continue to do so, especially as we enter an even more intensive part of our mission. I also want to note and thank Barbara, not least for being such a great manager and supervisor, at least from my perspective, because there's nothing harder than trying to supervise during moments of crisis and personal challenge. And this staff has had a number of those challenges. Some of them I've just picked up on, some of them I heard about just because of the amount of work I put in on process, but I want commissioners to be aware. This has been a challenging time in a number of ways for a number of staff. And Barbara, I really, really thank you for taking care of the staff. It's impressive, it's inspiring, and it's exactly what's needed here. Thank you for that. Commissioners, thank you for the time in listening to this. I know we're a little late in the meeting, but we have put this off a number of times, and I really wanted to make sure the work was not just appreciated, but understood as to how we're having all this done. And I will echo Barbara's comment at impressive savings for the taxpayer. This is a model that I think is very efficient. No model is perfect. They're all going to have headaches, but the fact that we're doing this within existing resources, I think, is tremendously helpful. All right, before I open the floor up for any further clarifying or complimentary or other comments or questions, David, do we have any requests from the public to speak on?
Thank you, Chair Boehm. None in advance of today's meeting, but if anybody would like to address the commission on this item, we would welcome your comments. Those present who wish to address the commission, please come forward to the microphone, and those participating remotely, please raise a virtual hand. Not seeing any movement, not seeing any virtual hands. That concludes public comment, Chair Boehm.
Okay. Not an action item, although I wish we could offer races to everyone, but we don't have that before us today. So with that, any clarifying or questions or comments of interest to make? Co-Vice Chair Katerina.
Thank you, Chair Bain. You know, as a co-vice chair and on some of the ad hocs, I've had a chance to work with almost every staff member. And I just wanted to reiterate Chair Bain's comments. I am impressed every day by your hard work and your professionalism. Great staff, Barbara. And I think Barbara's a great manager. So really been a wonderful opportunity. I know not all the commissioners get to work with each of you, but every time I meet a new person, I'm yet again impressed. And I'm sorry to hear Lizette is leaving because I just got to know her too. But I know that Barbara's got it under control.
Thank you for that. Any other comments? Very good. Thank you again. Moving on, item 10, an opportunity for the Commission's Legislative Ad Hoc Committee to provide an update. I will say by way of introduction that when you have a Legislative Ad Hoc Committee, the ad hocness is not just for us to decide, it's dependent on what the legislature is up to. So this has gone on a little longer than I think any of us anticipated.
Sure has.
But I will not say it's our responsibility for it. Again, just as a reminder, the Legislative Ad Hoc Committee was formed to develop legislative or other recommendations regarding the timeline for redistricting, including with reference back to recommended options for action, including the timeline and the old Senate Bill 594. First, I'd like to ask Commissioner Russ for an update such as he may have, then any other comments or updates available from staff, council, or commissioners, and then we'll move on. Commissioner Russ.
Yeah, the state legislature is still in their summer recess. They come back next week, but we still continue to monitor just what's been happening. And I think Chair Boehm, you probably have something to add to it more than I do, but that really completes our report.
Okay. And I can't say the words moving target enough right now. I can say that we are continuing to engage at serious levels, including in a conversation tomorrow. You're all aware that the State Commission is still pursuing California State Supreme Court action on the timeline for public input and ultimately for the deadline to be extended to January 14th. We have some other options in front of us as needed to explore where things stand with the legislature, as well as continuing to coordinate, maybe even intensify coordination with other commissions in the San Diego area and with our colleagues in Los Angeles County. The Registrar of Voters is also, and through them, the Secretary of State is also part of this whole process. And I'll continue to assure that we're trying to address their thoughts and engagements and assessments as well. So it's a long way of saying there's a lot going on and there's not much concrete we can talk about at this point, but I do anticipate some more information emerging as the legislature comes back into session. David, are there any requests from the public to comment on this item?
Not in advance of today's meeting, but if anybody would like to address the commission on this item, we would welcome your comments. Those present who wish to address the commission, please come forward to the microphone. Those participating remotely, please raise a virtual hand. Not seeing any movement here and not seeing any remote hands. That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. I'll take questions, comments, not only from commissioners, but from staff and council as well, if they're so interested. Not seeing any here. Screen. Very good. Thank you for that. Moving on to agenda item 11, a discussion of future agenda items for upcoming IRC meetings. This is an informational item only, no action proposed for this evening. Commissioner inputs, of course, are always welcome on agenda items, and we'll do all that we can with staff and council to address those concerns effectively and efficiently at an upcoming meeting. In addition to the two actions we've already talked about coming up for the special meeting on the 18th, we still have lessons learned as a continuing reminder that that's on our agenda and may deserve a specific discussion at the right moment. Be happy to hear more about that either tonight or an email to staff, as well as the continuing monitoring. It's not really an agenda item as such right now, but how in-person attendance is working both for commissioners and for the public. My guideline for this is simple. We're not putting anyone at risk that they don't want to take or that they don't accept. That's for commissioners, staff, council, public, or anyone else. With that, David, are there any requests from the public to speak on this item?
Thank you, Chair Boehm. If anyone present would like to address the commission on this item, you're welcome to come forward. If anyone participating remotely would like to address the commission, please raise a virtual hand. Not seeing any movement and not seeing any virtual hands. That concludes public comment. Chair Boehm.
Very good. Any comments or questions from commissioners? Commissioner Serban.
Thank you for recognizing me, Chair Boehm. I would like to discuss, if at all possible, at our next meeting, the potential to collaborate in any way with any of the other redistricting bodies that are present in the region, particularly on we have a opportunity to do so on September 2nd with our meeting in Escondido. We might want to talk to the Escondido Commission as well as that the California CRC may also be an opportunity to work with them on that date since they're holding a meeting on that date as well. And then I see that we're holding another meeting on September 9th in the city of San Diego. And that might also present an opportunity to collaborate with the city of San Diego's redistricting committee. Luckily, we have a commissioner here who I spoke with earlier who suggested that that might be a good opportunity since their vice chair, Ken Marlborough, is from this area. So that's probably a good point of contact to get to join the conversation for that. I don't see that we have a meeting scheduled in Chula Vista, but if one of these general meetings end up in there, then obviously there's another opportunity as well.
Very good. Thank you for all that. And I'll ask staff to continue work as they have been at a staff level, talking to other commissions, but we'll see if we can get that on an agenda for a regular meeting. Correct? Yeah, in the next meeting or two. Okay. Any other comments or questions on this topic? Very good. That concludes business before the Independent Redistricting Commission today. Our next pre-mapping public hearing, again, will be Wednesday, August 18th at the Bonita Sunnyside Library, along with, in all likelihood, a preceding IRC special meeting on that same date. My guess, and it's just a guess, will be that we'll aim to start that around 4:30 or 5 o'clock to allow for the two actions that we are planning for that day. More from staff to follow on that. The next regular meeting of the IRC will be Thursday, August 26th, again at 4 p.m. Details on these and other meetings will be available on the website. Thanks again for attending today's meeting and hearing, especially members of the public. And the meeting is adjourned at 8:21 p.m. Thank you.